Starting coming at you with another game of Total Warhammer 3. We're playing Malakai still. Why? I'm totally obsessed with this is why. We're playing on the Old World mod. It's the coolest thing. We have taken over Zharr-Naggrund. That was a pretty cool thing too. And the deeps are up. What are the... We get 8 deep slots, including some unique buildings, right? So... Entrance hall. Okay, so our unique building is this Hall of Remembering. And obviously magma caverns. Let's go ahead and get the magma cavern here, you know. Makes sense. Gotta have an engineer around or it's not safe. Alright, so we can just seal this level up forever. But the thing is that would mean that like the age of reckoning would be like over, and we can't do that as cool as it would be to declare it over. That's not correct. Okay, and for building it here at all, we get +1 control faction-wide, 10% discount on all buildings, and 5 negative Chaos Undivided. So that is pretty cool, too, I suppose. Alright, and then this last building will, we'll build the Hall of Remembering, but we won't level it up at all. Alright. So we need to keep on going. This is our Grudge army, which is really going to just be here, you know, to let us get a little more tempo. Can he get to 1? Almost. Not quite. He does. Yes, excellent. Because we're just churning through Zharr-Naggrund. We're actually going to just, like, try to batch more of our infrastructure stuff now. Alright, so... Well, that guy will be able to move in a turn, and Scully will go down there and there, so we don't need this. But we got a trade settlements mod that allows you to, you know, just force trade stuff. This is very good, right? You know, we're not going to be using it to do cheesy things. That's not who we are. But yeah, I guess this guy beat down a lot of them. But anyway, we want the dwarf holds and stuff from Ostankya. You know, these mountain passes. Although, like, her having the frozen wastes here, totally fine. And this fort isn't, like, historically ours. And this is, like, you know, an elven colony. We don't need, like, all the mountains. That's not what this is about. But we do need to retake the realms, however. So we are going to go and help retake Kislev. And then we're going to give it to her, and then trade it honorably for the dwarf holds here. And the first thing that we'll do is move Gromby up. This is the major settlement, I think, here. Yeah, we might as well hit it. Oh. In actual ruin, wonders never cease, right?
I am the White Dwarf.
Now we are just gonna roll up Grimgor. I don't even, like, you know, he can't have anything. He's just incredibly broke boy. And Lune will be, like, continuing on in this way, you know. Lune's got his plans. Where does Grimgor live, right? Like, this is his faction, but where is he? You know, he's probably there. But, you know, maybe if you have those, the AI, you know, has... It's like, never saw Grimnir in a bush. No, yeah, because I have actually not seen a single one of his armies, so I'm not sure where they could be. You know, they could be here. He could have a lot of stuff here, actually. We're going to... You know, we're going to send a couple of guys down that long and lonesome road at him. And see what we can see here. We're just going to drop all these miners. Just, what, like some Ironbreakers, and we're going to be here for a couple turns. So, a Doomseeker and a Giant Slayer make an excellent addition to any party. This guy has triple Thane, which is so many Thane, but we'll swap whenever he runs around another army, or we could just get another army here. We'll do it when he's about to leave. So we'll just get one now, though. Oldest Furrowbrow, love it. Hello, Sublord. How long have I been playing? How long have I been playing today? I played for like 4 or 5 hours today. How long have I played this game in general? Don't let me lie to you. Almost 700 hours, 685 hours on Total Warhammer 3. This campaign is on turn 168. I don't remember when I started. Maybe this last week. I probably got like 40 hours into it, but yeah. No, I started... Yeah, we're just like 5 minutes into this stream. But earlier I played for like 4 hours. I took a little break, ate some ice cream, you know, the important stuff that you gotta do to feel fresh and ready for the day. Got to have enough ice cream. That's what I always say. Alright, so we're just gonna conquer some stuff. We're gonna try to just build here in a couple turns so we can do a whole bunch of it at a time, and then we'll take another break there, because otherwise, how long will it take, right? Where does it all end? We're just gonna move Zharr-Naggrund down. And we need something else in this army. Well, you know, this would go real good for Overwatch in an army like this. He stopped playing it. Says he got 650 hours on it. Well, you know, I play actually lots of other games. I do tend to tunnel vision pretty hard. This is the first time I've ever played this old world mod, and I am absolutely enamored of it. Totally in love. Like, it is my jam. Soon enough we'll take to the water there, and this dude was just here to fill up space, right? Yeah, and we don't really need him. Yeah. You know, we've got enough Demon Slayers. It's time to get Lords and Rune Lords in our armies now, right? Because the Demon Slayers, most of them are going to go off and do their thing, although the ones that are down here are mostly going to stick down here and do some stuff. But, you know, all the ones in the north, they're all going north. And speaking of, we're going to break up the band. We are going to break up the band. That means Gotrek and Felix and Ulrika are going to go off and do their own thing. You know, they're going to be in their own army. And someone else, you know, someone's going to go off into the waste with them. And that someone...
To do, then.
Like, no, because Scally's got the elven swords. He's got to keep on conquering in the direction of Eight Peaks and maybe find an elf. We can just get it. We can just start a new army for it then. It would be nice to get one with a cool trait. I mean, Vanguard's a pretty cool trait. Yeah, you know, yeah. Jemek Redmane. Welcome to the party. This is one of the guys who lived through all of this assault. One of the guys who was not successful in fulfilling his oath quite yet. And there we go. It's time to rearrange everything. Gotrek and Felix. And Ulrika Magdova. Now, Malakai, of course, will still have, you know... We're gonna have Max with him still. But we are going to take, you know, the Thunder Barge is coming with us, you know. And the Doomseekers and the Slayers and the Goblin Hewer. You know, we're going into the realms of chaos, where Gotrek desperately wants to go and Felix is going to have to go, but no reasonable dwarf, and of course the Thunder Barges don't count, as going to go. So it's going to be Slayers all the way here. We'll pick up some more crews along the way, no doubt. We are going to get a Master Engineer or two along the way, but it's going to be a bit of a travel. It's not so far, right? But, you know, this army will be able to...
We'll make it right. We're going to battle.
Get here.
Greatest inventor.
And Malakai, you know, will just, have to change up his army some, but you know, who should come out of the hills but Joseph Bugman? I've decided we're going to style him as a Thane. I think it makes a lot of sense, and then we'll be able to have Bugman, you know, show up, and then he'll be a part of the party, and that gets a Thane for the army too. And so, a Slayer Pirate, but... a bunch of Bugman's Rangers, and we'll just sit still for a turn or two here with Malakai. And, you know, the Slayers aren't really going to travel in this block anymore because, you know, he's about to go over and do some, you know, some admin type stuff, you know, for a couple of turns, you know, walk over. Not the sort of thing that inspires a Slayer. Now, do we want a Grudge Raker? I feel like having one would be awesome. And... oh yeah, you know, what we need is gyro bombers, right? We just dropped the gyrocopters. Look, we had them a super long time and they're great, but gyro bombers are better. We'll get 2 gyro bombers and then a Thunder Barge. And we may well... no, I really like this. I really like the Grudge Thrower, right? We could go to, like... if we drop the Slayer Pirate and we drop one of the Bugman's Rangers, we need a slot for a Thane, right? Which we'll do there. And then here we'll be able to do what? We'll grab a second blimp from the Gringy, yeah, and you know, I guess we'll take regular Rangers. That's very underwhelming, isn't it? We'll get more of the army along the way. Because they're not in global. We can get in it though, yeah, alright. Alright, so if we're gonna be here for a second, we can get but not like artillery, you know, it's not gonna be that kind of army. Do we get another Thunder Barge? I mean, I guess. If we're here for 2 turns, we might as well be here for 3. Because, well, I mean, Malakai's getting a Thunder Barge as well. So we'll go for the double Thunder Barge here. And then, yeah, perfect.
Dishonored.
And Jamek Redmane, we will outfit him. With what? Not Elfbane, obviously. He'll get Perfect Vigor eventually. Well, I mean, the hammer's fine, but, I mean, really, you know, he's going to be a slayery slayer, so why not the Dragon Slayer's Axe until we can get something cooler for him, right? And then we're just going to grab a couple of these because we're going to have a couple of engineers eventually that we want to give them to. We make so much Oath Gold. It is wonderful. What do we want for him? I mean, Terror is a foregone conclusion. This Gatekeeper's Helm would be... I mean, somebody in the army should have it. Alright, so here... Oh, right, you know, when we're up against Skyrim, we do have that access. Well, we're just going to get a tankard real quick, and, you know, we might want... Well, you know, if he's going to be with Gotrek and Felix, actually, this ward save might be better for him. Yeah, we'll give him the Dragon Slayer's Fang, because healing, you know, he'll get a little bit of that for free for being around Felix. Alright, so, and then we will give... Yeah, and Dragon Slayer's Boots are an item that's super good against Khorne. Because his whole thing is, you know, he was a Dragon Slayer, you know, and now he wants to be the very best like no one ever was. Alright, good stuff. So we will kit Redmane out real quick, and speaking of kitting him out, so this army doesn't need Lightning Strike because this army doesn't care. Iron Willed, though, is good, and the casualty replen could be relevant, but we're going down this road first, and Demons Be Damned first, and then Red Line for Grimnir's Heirs, and... Like, what's the other one?
Not bad.
I mean, I guess we're gonna have a Thunderbird. It really is just Grimnir's Heirs. We need to get up to the other level of it, though, so we should take something here. Well, that's something... Yeah, we'll be... Well, because, I mean, we'll have gyro bombers in it, too, so yeah. Makes sense. And then we'll get him outfitted, you know, the Dragon Slayer's Axe, the Dragon Slayer's Fangs, the Dragon Slayer's Boots. And I mean, yeah, I mean, Silver Shielded. Not that matters. No, Trickster's Helm, yeah, there we go. I'm like, we're fighting demons here. Hey, Neo. How goes it? Swiftness. Yeah, Jamek Redmane, this is one of the slayers that lived through the dissolution of the other ones, and he has risen to lead an army, and Gotrek and Felix and Ulrika, we're gonna strike off into the Chaos Realms, and Malakai is gonna, you know, have a have a different army, and we're going to get a Joseph Bugman character for it, and then we're gonna, you know, it's gonna be like 4 Bugman Rangers, maybe one more. We might trade one of these cannons off. Obviously, we don't want to send one into the Chaos Waste. These are my beloved dig-in cannons that can never be allowed to die. Oh no, where's the other one? Hargrim Ironforge has it. That's right.
Master of runecraft.
Look, we're not gonna send it out into the Chaos Wastes.
My anger burns bright.
Yeah, we'll just go here and trade out, not to Okri, because Okri's about to go to the Chaos Waste too, but you know, we need Long Drong to have it, because that'll be the amazing thing that sets his army apart from the fact that he's cool. So we're going to make a Slayer to deliver
Demon Slayer.
to deliver this to him.
Demon Slayer.
Free recruitment. You know, this is what you can do, where you're just like, you know, I'm so wealthy that it doesn't matter if we go up to 84% army upkeep, because look at, like, it just doesn't matter. But we have so much upkeep production, which isn't showing anywhere, because, like, what's a Thunder Barge cost? This is a free Thunder Barge, bad example, you know, but, like, what's a Doom Seeker cost? What's a Slayer cost? Because we're under that in every army. You know, even with 84% army upkeep, we are still underneath what you would expect to pay. That's where we're at. It's so good. Anyway, I should stop talking and carry on here. This Grudge Slayer army, we're using it, look, we're just using it for tempo, which feels wasteful and is wasteful, but is also totally okay. What are you going to do, right?
To doom, then.
We don't need regular Slayers. Yeah. Not if we're taking the time to get the other ones. Do I not like 2 Goblin Hewers? Yes.
Death Seeker.
And we're building every building in the deeps. Pretty cool. But yeah, you get 8 building slots, an extra decree, which doesn't matter, but yeah, all this cool stuff. And then
What? Follow at your peril.
well, we're about to have a little bit of a scaven tiff here. The thing is we don't want somebody else to take 8 peaks, because I want all the glory. So we might, like, we might absorb all of our allies just to make it simpler there, but I don't think we're gonna do that, because now that we have this trade settlements mod, I think we'll be okay, you know, to be a little
Let us begin.
different there, because we can go ahead and begin. I mean, when Gromby gets something worth trading, right? And it's time to recruit a lord at Karakadrin.
What? I'm leaving.
Global's full up, so we're just going to start putting something together here. Because giant slayers that are juiced are, in a lot of ways, just better than the others. Than Doomseekers, even though Doomseekers cost more. I mean, barely more. Can hardly say something costs more at this point, but we're about to satisfy this grudge here. Very nice. And really, now that we have a very vast area that's almost safe, you know, things are really going to change. We're either going to have much quicker turns, or they're going to take longer, because I'm going to think. And by think, I mean not think. Alright, so Malakai's sitting here long enough to get... That's, so yeah, and then we're going to be able to... Yeah. Slide up this way. Good, good, good. Just as planned. And then, you know, all the other things. Does this guy want to recruit something? Alright, we're still at tier 4 here. Well, you know, we're going to have a war before he knows it. So, what's good against ogres? Organ guns. And cannons. 2 and 2? Yeah, I mean, ogres are kind of hard to keep off, yeah. And we'll, you know, we'll come back to him some other day. Now we'll get this thing out, though. The sooner you recruit people, the more soon they can leech experience off others. I mean, the quicker they can learn. But yeah, we're gonna just go pop in here, and we're just going to... We're gonna bob and weave around, right? We're gonna get it done. And Okri's about to head up there too, and we're probably going to put Gotrek and Felix in his army. Actually, that'll be much cooler thematically. You know, because there's no way to make or have your guy take the Slayer Oath. You know, but he'll be the Rune Lord, and then we'll give him the Rune of Spite, like I keep talking about how we should do, and then, you know, that'll be the block. Like, if we do that, man, we really should take away Lund's armor then and give it to him, because that would be... so good. It's alright. You know, I bet Okri's immune to contact effects. Anyway. Yeah, of course he is. Because he has beaten down, of course, you know, Valkia, Tamarkon, Dakala, Sail, Archeon. You know, this dude is the real deal. But... You know, I bet yeah, we'll have Gotrek and Felix around. I bet it'll be alright. And then we'll just... Yeah, this is gonna be an excellent arc here. And Cristallo, the Fluxion one, is outside, you know, so we'll deal with that. Or not, you know, we'll see which. And we're about to have a good old time. Now, Fort Yakova is in Oblast there, but like we're not trying to take stuff and like give ruins to Ostankya in return, you know, for this. I mean, this is an actual gold mine, right? We're really gonna have to pay her a lot for that. But what about, like, Kislev? Wherever it is. Now, trading her Kislev, that would certainly be worth a couple of mountain settlements to her. Whether or not she knows it. Alright, Skagredax continues to wait. Good, good, good. I don't know where Grimgor is. And the thing is, he can totally probably beat one of these armies, but what if he's just like level 2 because he hasn't been doing anything all game? I don't know. We'll find out. But we're always honoring the ancestors. That's always what's going on. No way, Goldtooth. No way. Strength Wake 1? Aw, you shouldn't have. I'm embarrassed. I'm blushing. No, no power in the verse could stop me. And the thing is, like, once you've taken Zharr-Naggrund, as I have, it's as safe to attack from you as it was difficult for you to get inside. It's the same preposterous distance. I mean, who's gonna make this trek? Nobody. It's awesome. I love it. We worked so hard. We worked so hard to get it, and now we get to enjoy, you know, all of its riches just as the previous denizens enjoyed them. But you know, for honor, Valaya, you know, wisdom and all that. Man, old girl's having to think a lot on these interns. Probably shouldn't be so zoomed in on the lava. That's probably challenging for it. I don't know. No, I think I just noticed that it's flickering on the lava because the lava looks cool when it's moving and not so cool when it isn't. But you know, the stuttering on the interns is a price you have to pay. And since I am given to verbosity and a prolix nature, alright, we will make him take the oath. And Ulrika loses this ward save thing. Loses a lot of ward save, but you know, that's the thing, you know. We have to lose all of the we're all in this together traits. Because that is what happens. No, we'll lose a lot of the a bunch of the survivability, but we'll still be fine. You know. Ulrika just gets very tanky with those traits on and now is back to a normal amount of tanky. We'll be alright. Again, we've fought the most dangerous of things already, and she's invisible with the Prospector's Mail. I guess we could give her... No, because Protester's Mail, that's what gives her Strider at all, though. Yeah, there's no point in taking that off. That also is, I think, the source of the snipe. Because otherwise she's not visible. Yeah, we gotta keep that on her. Well, I mean, she'll be fine. I don't know why I'm worried about Ulrika. Like, what? She's gonna have 100 damage instead of 9 million damage on her? No, she's gonna be alright.
What?
Alright, so Hargrim Ironforge now
Doom's taking it
is
down.
here because we need to exchange
Moving.
my most valuable cannon. But actually, he's going off into the wastes, so, you know... We'll also take the regiments over now, not the Slayers. You know, we're gonna be giving him a more aggressive army. Ironbreakers are good, but they're not really... We're going to the Chaos Wastes type of party. We're not giving him a nothing army. Like, you know, we'll give him some, you know, Bugman's Rangers. They're play a little fast and loose with life. But yeah, so give him these because I do want to get on the road with Hargrim.
We can't all have a chronicler like Gotrek, can we? Slayer.
Because, you know, this is enough, and then he'll just be able to get on the road. He'll grab something.
Lord of Clan Morgrim. Setting off.
The shields of Carrickdoon Gates Guard, now exchange into the hands of a different person. Ogres is going on crusade. Alright, do we take the Ironbreakers anyway? I mean... it's against the code, right? We are taking both Thunder Barges, though. Alright, and Okri will spend a turn getting... a couple more guys, and then we are bouncing.
Doom chaser.
And Stonebeard... You know, we'll set up in the next intern we'll brainstorm what we're gonna do for him and his. We're just gonna go ahead and get another
Dragon Slayer. Dragon Slayer.
yeah, because we're just gonna we're gonna do the thing. We're gonna make an insane Air Force unkillable hero ball, and we are going to
Slayer. Come witness
click on click on the wrong guy probably several times. Yeah, there we go. And then yeah, we'll just get on the road. We'll have his guys, and then we'll meet up with Gotrek and Felix in the north, and we'll have a time. Oh, this is gonna be great. We found a narrative hook. The best kind of hook.
For my earth. Follow. Dishonored. Out in the open.
They move there, and there. Morgus Grimson.
My doom
We
may
just need to cut off this side first.
bane of doom.
And Scully will be able to... Yeah, because the thing is, this is like a minor orc faction. So they're not gonna... And it's, you know, an orc faction. They don't recruit super quickly in one place. That's not how they operate. You know, they they get surprise armies on you.
by my vows. Die, glorious.
Dwarf shipyard there, and we are going to build the great desecrated temple of Hashut. And a magma cavern. And of course a shrine of slayers. That is our way. We're just gonna wait a couple more turns and then do deeps all over the place, though. That's what we're gonna do, and then we're gonna wait another couple turns to do that because I feel like we can really save a bunch of time doing it that way. Do we need to distribute levels here? Don't think so. And here, Lund needs to deal with Grimgor. I mean, we all need to deal with Grimgor, right? Oldest furrow brows sure does, but there we go, there we go. Gora's in Copperpot. Cracks this one.
It is time.
And, you know, obviously venerating the ancestors. No one venerates the ancestors more than me. It's like my whole thing. Man, it costs 900 to build that tier 5 building because of just faction-wide effects at this point. And probably one guy in that army discounted it. Wild. But, you know, that's where we're at. And these armies will be able to strike out soon enough. Because the underway's like over there, so yeah, and then they'll just go up here and, you know, it's not like we're moving super fast in the Realm of Khorne. Once we get more guys here, that'll change a bit, but you know, I'm sure that without, you know, malicious delays, we'll be able to put it off for a little bit. Okri moves out in 2 turns there.
Killer of dragons. Onward.
And Logan here gets to move on to Karagvlag. Churning up those fools.
Wisdom of Valea.
And then Logan Redmane's going to be able to go right up here and have himself a party. Party all the time. Party all of the time. Scory Redbeard moving out. You know, there's no reason to not move out. Look, we got enough money now where we can try to be heroes for just one day. That's okay. We're going to get such good global recruitment times. We need 2 thunder barges here. Why not 3? Why not 3? Let's get 3. Alright, we'll do a surface pass right now, and then an underway pass in a bit. Skip that for the two. We'll just do it all in a turn or 2. It'll be fine. It will definitely be fine. We can get the Bugman character online, and Malakai's army will be there, and we'll just have a nice little transition phase when we're cleaning up the rest of the districts. They've all moved, and we have moved Hargrim's army over, and Where are, like, the lads? Oh, they're over here. I'm like, in Jamak's army. I'm like, wait, I was like, where are they? But, yeah. Because Jamek Iron Hammer, and then we got the Red Mane, you know, we've got confused with the names. But yes, we'll roll up here, and then, obviously, it's going to be a total party when we eventually meet up there. We're going to have some kind of army, and then... Gromby gets perfect vigor. That's the thing, is our capital now is pretty far away from all of the battles we'll be doing. So perfect vigor will be in the offing for everyone, which is very, very awesome. It is such a good ability. You know, you lose attack, you lose all sorts of stuff with it. With it going down, but one simple, incredibly difficult sometimes to get ability. It's easy enough for a lord. Hard enough for some other things, though. So, yeah, we're just going to send a couple armies this way at Grimgore and see what happens. I don't know where he is. We're going to find him, though. Oh no, it's Furt. We love that guy. We once had him ride a spider. Like, oh, we're under siege. Well, time to brawl. Now, we don't have cannons, we just have a whole lot of grudge throwers and a bunch of slayers. You know, I bet we'll be fine. And if not, well, that'll give us something to do. No, the last thing you want to do is take a fight that looks like medium at a point like this in a campaign and then not do it. Now, we very well might lose. We don't have good answers for some of their big monsters here, but all the more reason to give it a try. Because the auto says, yeah, you'll do it, but like, would we? Because the thing, like, we'll be able to mess up the infantry really bad, and we've got a super wide front line. Oh, right, because we have the, you know, I forgot. Because we have the whole crew of the town here, too. I'm like, yeah, that makes it better. Okay. Because we have plenty of slayers. Yeah, when you have this many slayers and this many warriors, you know, what you need with a bunch of slayers is just 10 more dudes in your army. Because here, I mean, we'll probably just let them, you know, guide themselves. Nah, we'll, I'm like, I actually don't love that either. Yeah, we're just gonna wait in the trees here. And downhill there. Oh, the bats. Well, they sure feasted there, huh? And we get punted by the Fiends of Slaanesh very badly. It's alright. What are you gonna do, right? You know, our artillery here didn't do any work. You know, they can't figure out how to do the flank, though, so that at least is good. You know, we shoot up the birds, and then here we're gonna fire into the demonettes. And the birds and the demonettes countercharge here. They're about to come in through the trees, but hey, that's alright. Blow the horn of battle. We want to give them... Yeah, rune negation on the big guy. Just let him fight longer. He's fighting a big crew there. Oh, we get rear charge. That's pretty rough. But here we're going to be able to do this and this. The Lord of Change is a very rough guy to fight, but these Heartseekers of Slaanesh are unarmored and unshielded. We very much need to get them there. And oh, that's right, the bats get summoned 10 times by the faction I remember. You know, it definitely makes artillery a little hard, but that's okay. We break them over there. The summon does fine there. We need to get the Thane over here fighting the giant. Well, the Slayers did great. And, you know, for all that the artillery did no work, our army is doing great. You know, it just goes to show how Slayers can be good. And I think, actually, it's really the Quarrelers, but... We go over here. I think, honestly, it's just that Quarrelers are good, and I haven't been using them all campaign. And Heartseekers of Slaanesh, you know, they've got, they got no shields, got no armor. So, you know, the physical resist, it's the same against anything. Rotting Riders in the trees here. Oh, yeah, having an awesome battle. Why did I think I was going to lose? I had no faith in my own people. I mean, look at how many Slayers we have still. Sure, the catapults did no work, but look at how many Slayers we have. But we're gonna throw an Oath of Attack, an attack rune here, and actually the Rune of Speed is a very strong ability. We remember that we have it at the very end. But yeah, alright, yeah, look, we did it. Why was I acting like we weren't gonna win? It's because I forgot we'd have the extra army. Honestly, we would have been fine, right? Because, I mean, clearly... I mean, we finished with a very large amount of Slayers alive, which is a shame for them, but good for me. Ogre Mountain Feathers. This army was, like, originally made, you know, on a shoestring to sort of guard the waters before we were thinking, you know, how much money we get for free. But it's about time to upgrade it, and by upgrade it, I mean drop these artillery pieces that don't do anything. You get something that does, you know, more Quarrelers, maybe. Because for all that artillery is good against chaos, Demons of Chaos, all the good stuff they have access to pretty much is big, or can be shot up very easily by Quarrelers. So a Slayer Quarreler sort of thing, pretty good.
Roll out the barrels. Demon Slayer. What? Slayer to do. Tankers aloft. Now drink to bottom. Death.
But yeah, we're just gonna go ahead and drop those. Global's full. I mean, just. I mean, do we need the shielded variant here for what we're doing? We don't. Why not a great weapon variant, right? Oh, and that was weapon strength being juiced on the Furies too. I was wondering why we went down so quick. Yeah. We'll just get Quarrelers. We need a Demon Slayer for this army, but that can come in a minute. No, we'll get it now. engineer here.
Aye, lad, what can I do? Right, I'll
Alright, so there's that. And Logan Redmane triumphantly conquers Karak Flag. Scory's out there. The White Dwarf moves forward. Maybe these fools of Skaven will attack him, right? I mean, I doubt it. Skaven are like a quaint kind of army at this phase of the game. Unless they've got like 19 brood horrors, which they could do. But I wonder how long it takes 2 Thunder Barges to pop them. Alright, we need to... We need to get an army in here fighting the vampires immediately. We need to do that so that we can trade Elspeth with honor these lands here in Sylvania. And then we'll probably push up here as well. And then, you know, give more and more of this to Elspeth. Hopefully in return for Zufbar. But we can't just be taking, like, all of these Karaks without at least solving a problem for her here or there. But, you know, she's got...
Elspeth von Draken, awaiting your pleasure.
Yeah, you know, she's got not severe problems. I mean, I don't know where some of these people are, or how strong they are, but they don't look like they're stronger than her. Now, the thing about the man-eaters is I think they actually aren't allowed to form. Yeah, they can't form military alliances, so if we ultimately decide to crunch them, no one will ever get involved there. Although some people might not, like, look highly upon it, but whatever. We have to do it anyway for the Bugman Grudge. Is it in the book? It's in my book. Alright, so... End of the turn? Yes.
Time for a reckoning. Demon Slayer. Summon me if you dare. Master Engineer at your service.
Alright, we had like a weird... Yeah, Skaven Lab here we need to...
Right, I'll tinker. Demon Slayer.
Oh yeah, we need it in this army? Yeah, because yeah, we don't need... We must get it. Well, I mean, I think Ulrika has mobility, actually, but anyway, it's fine. We'll take it. A couple of those guys against the Chaos Hordes. That'll be nice. Alright, let us then... Next turn for the Grudge here. I'm like, stop showing me the tooltip. I know what it does.
Those tricks.
But when the thing that we're going to call Joseph Bugman emerges, we're going to need to get rid of that trade agreement, because Malakai is going to adventure over there. But, you know, by way of H-Peaks, that'll be like, you know, when we go to do that, that'll be, you know, after the great 8 Peaks Grudge is done. Because that's like the next the next major phase, unless somebody else conquers it first, which could happen. It could happen. With how good I am doing everywhere, you know, the forces of order, how much pressure can they truly be feeling? Because if we had lost, the Dawi-Zharr would be under the auspices of the Ten the Black, enormously rich, and in the mountains instead of me on their border. You wouldn't want that. But here in not too many turns, we might have actually just free armies. Because I think some of our units are probably like 80% free right now. You dip around. In the tree. I mean, maybe it could have been fun. I just, you know, we're just trying to move it along. That was a tempo army, and we used it for tempo. If you had a 15 stack of that, like, when you needed it, but I think the thing is, too, is you don't get to choose when you're doing it. And Ogres gets the blessing on the very turn that we're about to, leave out. We get the blessing on Ogres Burn Bright. And we have reclaimed the hold. The shame of Silver Pinnacle has been removed, and I guess that doesn't do a thing in this one, which is fair enough. Bam. Makes a ton of money. Immune to vampiric attrition. You're already basically immune to it, but this would let you, you know, move more freely around, I suppose. I say you're already basically immune to it because with underway stance, you know, if you're moving, you can be in underway stance, and if you're not in underway stance, then, you know, what do you care? We're starting to recruit lords at level 19 now, which is, of course, very good. It's like, I am the White Dwarf, THEE.
I'm here. Let us be about this. Ready.
Let us be about this, indeed.
For the wisdom of Valea. Got then. Beards in belts. The ancestors agree. It is time. Grease those axles. Yes, the throng is mustered.
Mustard in the throng. And yeah, I don't want to give him any of my my cool stuff. We do need the Thane in this army, but why? I mean, just to have one, right? Yeah. For Keeper of the Gate, right?
Slayer. I'm no leader, but someone has to be. Don't rush destiny. What? Yes.
And we'll take the poison one into Longdrong's army. Kurgan Dringer here into this one.
Maybe your doom is yet to come. You have my strengthen the shield wall.
Alright, and we drop the warriors here.
But someone has to be.
Because look, you either take Ironbreakers or, to save on postage, Bugman's Rangers. This is gonna be like an army without artillery. Yeah, we'll just get like a goblin hewer. Yeah, you know, slayer it up, right? Why not Slayer Pirates? Yeah, why not Slayer Pirates?
If you want it done right.
Alright, so that's everything up there. We move, we move, we move. This guy, Skag Red Axe, has faithfully executed, you know, the ritual of the Silver Pinnacle. You know, nothing happened, but we needed to be ready. And now it's time for him to get to action over in this direction. He's heard through the grapevine of all of the good work that people have been doing, and he wants to do some of that good work himself. Ornery backstab there, alright, you know, at least we're...
Death Seeker, my doom may lie below. Let us begin.
Seeing some of them, but yeah, I guess we'll,
It is time.
get a couple of them.
The axe thirsts for war.
And then internally here, we'll just take this one.
Don't stop till you're dead. We can hold this. Demon Slayer. Bane of demons. Demon Slayer.
And then Scully will just roll in here. Because look, there's nothing fancy about this mop-up job. We did all of the hard work with the Chaos Dwarf armies. We just need to get this one going, a couple of turns. And Malakai and him will be able to get rolling. Like, Thanes always have extra charge defense, don't they? No, they always have charge defense against large. Well, I would like a cool Thane trait, but... Oh yeah, do we have a Dragon Slayer in the army anymore? No, we need one of them too, okay. Alright, obviously you recruit one at the Grungi. Oh, but you don't get the bonuses if you recruit him at the Grungi, so you gotta... Well, it's just level 3 here. Well, okay, well, you still gotta do it, right? Rurik ol' Frowner.
By the king's command.
And we'll probably drop like... Oh, I don't know. Maybe one Ironbreaker, one Bugman. We'll probably drop the Slayer Pirate because I'm less attached to them. Because we need, I mean, 4 Bugman Rangers I want because it's going to be like a Bugman. That's going to be the next part of that army's story, you know. There'll be enough punch to follow it up, and that's all we really truly need. And then we'll... Alright, it's time to build deeps everywhere we can. And to do a pass on Deep's buildings, and we'll do another pass on Deep's buildings in like 2 turns. Not there. You want to save the growth on the inside here, the places we haven't conquered yet. We're going in reverse. Brilliant. Because we'll build all of these, and then, like, once the effects happen, we're probably not terribly far from having free armies. And if you think that's going to make me bored, you could not possibly be more wrong. We'll just wait to get this one tier 5 first. Those are obviously already done. Every building is cheap. We're so rich. And some of these buildings we can even swap, but at this point, every extra army we make is just me wanting another army. You know, we are likely going to trim some down, or you know, do something with it eventually. But you know, until then, we still gotta fulfill all of our dreams. Obviously, we can't just leave some of our dreams unfulfilled. Not a single one of them. Need to get to Bugman's Rangers, which we can do single in not too long, right? So that'll be a nice thing. Crack Peak, you know, it may actually just be in a few turns, and then we're gonna have infinite money. Which I've never done before. I did believe was theoretically possible. And I'll believe it even more if it comes to me. Because we should expect at some point just a very silly result from all of this. Sure, you know, we're spending hundreds of thousands, but I mean, not really that much. All right. We made it. We made it around the loop. Yeah, we need an engineer here. We're gonna demolish the Skaven lab. I'm superstitious. I feel like it'll blow up if you don't have an engineer there. I don't know if it's true. Eight slots in the deep, so we can build everything. And then we still have the Snorri army here. Because Bugman's whole thing is that he's just like wandering, smashing the green skin hordes and stuff. So, how appropriate that Malakai will find him here at, you know, the Falls of Doom.
I answer to clan and hold.
I thought we were going to do him as Dwarf Lord, but I feel like embedding him in Malakai's army and making it thematic for him is better in every way.
No. Engineer. Need to find a demon or two. Dragon Slayer. Bane of demons. All right, lads.
This must have been someone who got injured along the way, but hey,
Be inspired by a slayer, Dawi.
now he's going to go inspire him now. Well, actually, Grimly Burdrick. Oh, this is the guy with Beetlebrow's armor. Yeah, yeah, and the other Trickster Shard. Yeah, we'll send him to Malakai's army.
Can't wait either.
Man, being done with the Chaos Dwarves is just such a relief.
They are. Doom Chaser. What? But that armor's heavy.
Hey, good news, we found Grimgor. This is alright. He's level 27, what are you gonna do, right? I mean, we've got an army, and, we'll see how it goes. No, let's get... Anyway, I guess this Ranger's crossbow is just the best thing for him, right? And why not? Real time reduction, and then, you know, I've been so busy looking at the fancy stuff, because Sundering overrides the slow effect, which you don't want, and this is fine, but it's really just like giving him perfect vigor, which is, again, okay, but not like... Yeah, the Ranger's crossbow, there you go. And then we will, yeah, just, we'll just buy some more template stuff, and we'll figure out who we're going to give it to in a second. There's no need to be too precious about it. Scully Death Dealer will probably be able to handle it, though. This is Scully that we're talking about here, you know. This is Scully. Do his engineers even have gyros?
Follow at your peril.
Oh yeah, they totally have gyros.
More means to kill.
Right, that's right. We were getting this guy ready to face Grimgor.
Slayer.
Yeah, gotta get that Death Wish. Gotta have that. Grimnir's there as well. What else we got? Oh, Artillery.
Bane of demons.
And then we will give him... Tankard and stuff. Ranger's crossbow. Some Slayer boots he didn't earn. Just gonna give people some stuff. Good job, whoever you are, buddy. You're the one who gets the potion of healing, because you're the one that was around when I noticed we had it. It's like no reason to worry about this regular stuff when we know the blue armor is definitely going to be good. Skag Red Axe. Skag Red Axe looking for a Red Axe for Vate Peaks, you know. That would be very thematic. We'll think about it. 2 chains, but I got me a few on, right? Alright, so that is so much housekeeping. Excellent. And now we're just going to see if this army, you know, is going to live through it. You know, we've got our guys. They've all got premium stuff. And, you know... Dawnstone Talisman. Well, we can give him... Like, that doesn't do anything. We can give him a proper talisman. Yeah, a Dragon Slayer's Fang. There we go.
Slayer.
Alright, and then we can burn those together. Force Cloak, which is like fine, but really we just want... Yeah, there we go, another magnificent army of Borg Beetlebrow! Which, Helmet Discord's cool, but it's no magnificent armor of Borg Beetlebrow. Taking us to 80 armor on a Demon Slayer, and that is how they end up living longer than they want to. Alright, well, you know, he's going to be fighting Grimgore, so he may not be living too much longer than he wants to. Of course, this is just baby Grimgore, right? He's only level 27. Perfect Vigor, Unbreakable, Frenzy, Bloodforge Armor, you're next, Foe Seeker, you know. But... just a guy, right? And we've got 4 cannons. I'm sure we'll be able to brawl. Of course, we don't have... I mean, I gotta remember the respect that we deserve. We'll be fine. I'm just nervous because, you know, because I was diving in. I was looking for him, and then I found him, and I'm like, oh no. But, you know, even if we lose, we got all these other armies. It's not like we're not going to be able to gobble up Grimgore, eliminate him from playoff contention entirely. Now it's time to turn our attention to these ogres. Gorazin Copperpot and his family, the Copperpots, who, you know, were loyal Dawi to the last. They're from Karak Azul, and the reason why Karak Azul and had to even get confederated was because of the ogres, you know, cruelly coming at our buddies. So we are going to try to right the wrongs, you know. I don't want regular gyros. I want gyro bombers. We can get but, well, I mean, we can get a Thunder Barge. Yes, let's get a Thunder Barge.
Vengeful Runelord.
Just getting it done.
My anger burns bright.
Oh, that's gonna be a fun army.
Aye, lad, what can I do?
Alright, so let's just keep on moving. All of these guys are gone. Long Drong is about to make his way to the guys there. We have just done all of this. And Okri Burnbright has received the blessing of the Lady of Valaya.
Demon Slayer. Dragon Slayer.
I'm like, no, we actually... No, right, we did want to send them north, but Daled needs one of them.
It's my due. Follow me, lads. Go on.
Oh, Tecton True Eye is going to make the army even more spell resistant than before. Beautiful stuff. And then... next turn, and Okri will go off into the world. We're going to get 2 Thunder Barges. Every army deserves 2. We're so rich. We have 92% increased army upkeep, and of course we're still just dramatically wealthy. Just so wealthy. We are in the late game now, of course.
Master of Runecraft. Slayer.
And accordingly, we're going to attempt to keep it moving, but there's so much going on. Alright, so all of these guys have gone, and of course up here in the realm of the Blood God.
Demon Slayer. By my... To do. We can hold this. Slayer.
Yeah, we're making some progress. I mean, it's not that massive. If we do it before Gotrek and Felix show up, that would be a terrible shame, right? But I guess they might just like charge in and try to go to the south in that event. I don't know. We'll see. We'll figure out what happens. Obviously, it's not going to be like immediate to go over there, but we're not too far away once we get to moving, which is going to start next turn. We'll just, yeah, in one turn we'll get to going.
In Cathay, they love Draken. What needs to be done? Better wheels, lad. Drengi.
And we'll put Rurik Olfrunner there.
Go ask Ogres. What is it? Bakras. Slayer. Follow it.
And then in just a couple of turns, we're going to wrap all of that up, and we're going to be able to just slide this way, deal with the ogres, slide that way, Scaven, and, you know, it's all wars of choice for the Dawi from here on out. We have done
Time for
everything we had to do, and now we get to do what we want to do. Which is retake the realms. Gyro. And gyro. And after, it's like we're in a weird experience lull compared to where we were at. I'm like, the levels will start pouring in before too long. And we'll just give about 2 turns and then deeps it up again. And then that'll probably be the last time we ever have to build buildings in the deeps again, unless we just feel like it, because I think the armies are going to be free after that. But it might take like 10 more turns. I mean, they already might as well be free. With the amount of in the green we are. I mean, we've got like so many very solid armies. They're cheaper than they would be out of the box and just totally ignoring supply lines. It's gorgeous. I love it. But I think Grimgor is going to fight us in the Blasted Waste here, which should be quite a fun battle, and we should win it. I don't imagine he's going to walk up there and then run away because he sees a single Dawi stack. And the game doesn't believe in slayers, right? The game doesn't care that they're unbreakable. The game is going to assign dead to everything in the auto-resolve anyway. Gromby catches a beat-up army. No point in doing anything but drinking to victory. The men accompanying the men and dwarves, the dwarves accompanying the white dwarf, are having a great time here. But I think Gromby's going to go on a tear and like go to burn down the forest of the wood elves. I feel like that could be fun. All the more so because it's like totally irrelevant, like unnecessary. But we can trade with Gelt, sure. I mean, now that we have the trade settlement thing, all we have to do, even if somebody has some land that we want very badly, is figure out what they want and get it to them. For a narrative purpose, that's important to me. You know, you can do whatever you wanted, I suppose. But Grimgor hasn't moved yet. If he stays there, yeah, there we go. Like, if he stays there, we'll be able to lightning strike the wall off. But, you know, it says we're going to win, and we are. But we're going to play it. We're not going to let Grimgor go down in history without getting recorded. I mean, it's Grimgor Ironhide. You gotta give the man his day in the sun. Here at the Battle of the Blasted Expanse, with a beautiful choke point rock to set up against. I fought on this map many a day. It's a good one. There's a couple of things we could do, but actually, because it's greenskins, the Dawi Air Force will be pretty good at dealing with the approach problem. Yeah, we'll just, because they don't fly, right? They basically never fly, and the ones here don't. We should be able to get him into a bad little spot. Because the thing is that, you know, sure they've got like some range, but I don't actually think they have any range this army. Yeah, they've just got like some skirmisher stuff and the goblin bolt throwers. We'll just fly in, and we're finally going to get to see the beautiful benefits of our faction. You know, we needed to lean heavy into the artillery and away. Oh my goodness. Glad I noticed that. Actually, Like, why not over there? But of course now we see how totally broken this army is. You know, now that we're fighting against people that can't fight back to the Air Force. And that's the thing about a late game orc army, is even if they have like bolt throwers, what is that gonna do? A bunch of goblins don't really do much damage to them either. They got decent missile resist. They've got, you know, got our tankards. Just love it. It's not a fair fight, and that's what late game dwarves are all about. And we're just gonna get everybody going there. Because they haven't even got it within artillery range yet. Like, this is just the harass from these gyros being able to be unimpeded. Oh man, I love this. This is so great. Sorry I talked down on your performance, gyros. Oh, we triple dropped the elite bomb. That is going to absolutely demolish the Blorks. And it does. You know, they don't run. Obviously, they don't run. But man, oh man, did they ever feel it. Alright, good news, guys. You get to fight Grimgor. I mean, the thing is that a whole bunch of Slayers actually doesn't seem that bad at killing Grimgor, do they? I mean, they're hardly unsupported. Let's get them firing at the Giant. I bet that's an easier target. And we've given the Slayers the ability to not be able to die for 50 glorious seconds. This ability's so good. Of Of course, they are getting inside, though. I'm like, the thing with Grimgor isn't the only fight going on. The Slayer Pirates do alright. We have too much artillery here, and don't have the back line. But, look, all that matters is that we kill Grimgor. We may not be killing Grimgor. Alright, we need these guys in the back there. You know, they tried their best to help. These Slayers, though, with Cannot Die, that did work pretty well. You know, it is what it is, right? The Slayer Oath might get fulfilled today for everybody involved. Yeah, because they just roll over us here, but... But, to be fair, they're both, like, really loving their brawling here. And these Slayer Pirates are apparently winning against these Black Orcs, which is crazy. You know, let's grape shot swap. Alright, so we smoke bomb them there. Hopefully, oh yeah, the grape shot swap is ripping him up, and then we're gonna smoke bomb him again. Oh, we open up here and here. Yeah, and these guys are fighting Grimgor and dying. You know, that was... You know, it looks like we're gonna lose, right? Oh, I should have waited to pop that till we got to the very end. Oh, well. Oh, my goodness. Well, you know, he can't die. Get him down. Get him down. He's at 1 hit point, but he's got 30 more seconds where he can't die. Kill him. Khorne Baraz Keeper. Kill Grimgor Ironhide. You have a few more seconds of yes! Yes! Oh my... Yes! Yes! It's the most... Oh my god! Yes! It's the greatest triumph. And Khorne Baraz Keeper here comes in with the amazing ability Cannot Die from Scally Death Dealer being used too early, but actually perfectly. And with 1 hit point, remaining, Cannot Die. Actually, I think this is the Lord, right? But yeah, that's... I've never, ever been more amped. Ever. To win a fight. That was so awesome and so clutch. You know, that ability on the Slayer Lords, I didn't even... You know, you read it and you don't even think about it, right? Because if you save it for the final moments, then you do have a long time to keep fighting. And maybe it will be at the final moment and army lost the foe, right? And then, and of course, if you have a bunch of Slayers that are getting, you know, if you're like, oh, they're about to get, you know, Dreadquake mortared or whatever, I guess you could throw Cannot Die on them too. And then, you know, if you had access to healing, which you probably don't. But anyway, amazing, amazing. Man, oh man, what a time. Some of our Slayers fulfill their oath. 1 HP kill. That is so awesome. I'll tell you a secret. I can't die.
A friendly face is on.
I'm like, tell you what, you want a non-aggression pact, I'll do you one better and end my trade agreement with you. Obviously, the ogres on our hinterlands are not acceptable to us any longer. Oh, that was an awesome fight. We actually earned the Grimgore trait, right? For a bit more armor. You know, 10 armor, it's nice. Scully Death Dealer does have 90 armor now. And Kunbaraz Keeper, who laid Grimgore Ironhide low. You know, Troll Slayer is actually pretty nice as an ancillary. Now we'll work on it later. Do we do Gatekeeper's Helmet? And I think so, because it's still, you know, it's him. The man himself. But I think we probably... Yeah, because we need to leave his badges of office here. You know, figuratively here. We'll give him to whoever we decide deserves him there. You know, he's not going to take the legendary Horn of the Ancestors into the realms of chaos. But no, he should have the Wardstone because, you know, he's going into the realms. Yes, that would be good. An enchanted item for him. Yeah, Gatekeeper, because you know he won't run. You know, we don't want him. We don't want any of the guys in this army to be running. And we'll just make a couple more things real quick since we're already on the idea of doing it.
Maybe your doom is yet to come. A runesmith's beauty is never done.
But yes, it's time for Okri to strike out into the wastes. He has laid down his badge of office, the Anchor Chain, and the Horn of the Ancestors. knowing that they may be needed to defend once more his keep. But he has found, to his shame, that Boki Burnbright may have been at least partially responsible for the situation we find ourselves in now. What with being legendary dwarves and all. And of course, he's like, what do you mean you might have lost, you know, Karagog originally? We're like, well, which time? He's like, no, the first time. We're like, you, what? The time that we care about? And here we just... Alright, you could only... Like, we clicked on the wrong things. Bedlin Thunderstone now gets to... I'm like, well, we can't let this orc get away. And anyway, if we let Grimgor come back, then Loon will get a shot at him. Which I unironically do want pretty nicely. And here we get, of course, single turn Slayer recruitment. And they don't quite get out, which is good, because we don't want them to get out. And we're in their territory, but we're almost uninjured entirely there in that battle, so that's just fine. And whatever armies he had there will be taken care of soon enough. Hey, Luke. No, we did not get to... Well, you know, there's... You know how I talk too much. There's been a lot of talking. But no, they actually haven't started moving. That's what we're doing, like, this next turn. Because we needed to get everything... We need to get everything in range, right? You know. But we just had... Oh yeah, and we decided we're gonna make Bugman into a Thane and put him into Malakai's army for this next phase, and then you do like more Bugmans, and you know, and we'll probably drop like I don't want to not have my dig-in cannons with the army, but you know, we'll figure out what we want to do. But I figure a 4 block of Bugman's Rangers will be enough of a little thing, and then we can see about doing more, because we're about to go find like trash, you know, like Greenskins, Skaven, you know, like just stuff that's very easy compared to what we've just done. But yeah, so we had the best battle, dude. Oh my goodness, it was insane how great of a time it was. Cause so this Slayer here, Scully Death Dealer, you know, and then Kun Barazkeeper, who's like, you know, just a young lad of a Slayer. They faced off against Grimgor Ironhide. One thing led to another. They were fighting him. I used the Cannot Die ability, so we're at like 1 HP with the Dragon Slayer bashing on Grimgor still. Get the kill at 1 HP with the ability still active. Army lost the enemy. They all run away. He doesn't meet his doom today. It was awesome. It was so awesome. And I guess we get access to ability to turn off the grudge counter, but we can't do that right now because obviously only the High King can do that. And equally obviously, there still are very serious grudges, and it would be inappropriate to call an end to the Age of Reckoning, right? Because just because we dealt with the Dawi-Zharr, like, that's not even what the Age of Reckoning was about. The Age of Reckoning is about every grudge in the book. Sky Death Dealter dealt the death indeed. Nobody knows why they call him that. It's just a good guy. But we did a big pass on building the deeps, and we're about to do another big one. And then I imagine we're going to see hilarious results before too long. But yeah, so we're moving Okri up into the wastes, and then we're gonna give him the rune that I'm always talking about. How, you know, it'd be nice to have a rune. We're gonna give him that rune from Gotrek, and then we're probably gonna put Gotrek and Felix into his army when he's up there with the whole crew of like the unkillable hilarity. You know, and we're moving Garagrim and Snorri up there, so we might just get like the craziest little infused hero ball with, you know, thunder barges, and then just go through the realm, and then like when we're done, like, I don't know, find another realm to conquer, I hope. Ulrika's going with him, yeah, you know, she won't, you know, she's but not Max. It is hard to justify. It's just because I want her. We should leave her behind, though. But who can she travel with if not Felix, right? Because she doesn't belong in the campaign without him. But obviously she wouldn't go, because she's not like some love-besotted fool who's willing to, like, you know, she's not, that's not Ulrika's priorities, is to, like, literally die because her boyfriend is an idiot. I mean, I'm being reductive about Felix. I like him. But, I mean, fundamentally, that's the story, you know? Like, the Realms of Chaos are not like going in to the heart of Zharr-Naggrund. That, at least, is a preposterous danger in real space. You know, the proposition is different. Because it's the Chaos Wastes. Maybe they're getting sold heads about any demons. You know, fair enough. It's not like Ulrika hasn't beaten all of the same stuff they have. And in fact, if you think about how the actual stories of these battles in Zharr-Naggrund went, they went with Ulrika charging in way ahead of the other two, making Gotrek incredibly jealous, often doing more value in physical attacks than him, probably. Just, like, absolutely being a menace. So, I think it... Exactly, yeah. You know, maybe it's that, because, well, you know, that's an Umgi that anybody would have some respect for. They're like, so is she, you're like, awesome? Like, but her fangs, and Gotrek's like, you want to shut up about her appearance? Like, really? This is what we're doing today? Like, I just, like, no. Like, the stone, it's glowing, like, I'm not hearing it. Have I ever told you how many bloodthirsters she shot? Like 18. How many bloodthirsters have you shot? They're like, I didn't even know they were real. Gotrek's like, oh yeah, they're real. She's coming. But also beautifully, right before we travel out, you know, we've laid down the badge of office
Armed and ready.
here, you know, the horn and stuff, take it up to the runestone, and right on the final turn before we were ready to go, Okri Burnbright gets the blessing of the Lady of Valaya. Can you fate taste it? Yeah, like she just like saw an Iron Demon and was like, ha ha ha, bow bow. And to be fair, to be incredibly fair, like who greater than her? And of course, Okri Burnbright, the blessing of the lady is just one of the many good aspects he's going to bring to bear. Of course, he only has like his big thing is physical resist, and the only ward save we're getting is, well, we'll have this because we're going to be fighting demons for the ward stone there. And then if he gets really low, we've got Gatekeeper's Belt on, which will kick him up a notch too. But we're figuring that with, you know, with the fact that he's going to be hanging around with the hero blob. But when he goes up there... Yep. Oh, he's going for his nephew, indeed. I think we're probably going to make this the army that Sayer's going, but now I'm like, man, but after seeing that Grimgore Slayers won't die ability, I'm thinking we should have Slayers in charge of the Slayer army, but, you know, if we're going to have a Rune Lord there, why not Gotrek and Felix? Who's he passed the mantle of Master of Carrickdun to? I was going, you know, we just took it off, we didn't actually, yeah, we're going to name a guy a Burnbright, I think, but, yeah, we gave the Gates Guard to this army just to hold on to him for a second, because I, you know, like, are they going to give us a Burnbright in here? No. Yeah, we'll make another Rune Lord. Obviously, it'll have to be another Rune Lord of the Keep of the Blood of Valaya. Well, that's Okri's of the Blood of Valaya, right? No, he was the Blood of Grimnir. That's right. That's right. Yeah, I mean, we could wait until we get a Burnbright out of it. That would be pretty funny. But fundamentally, this character is just going to hang out here for a while and get levels, maybe. We'll make him a lord of it, yeah. Oh, he'll be a wealthy lord, too, because nepotism. Yeah, there we go. Fergal, Doomtamer. Oh, yeah, because Doomtamer, that's just like his epithet. Because, you know, this is Carrickdoom, so he was out, you know, doing stuff. We're going to pretend he's a prestigious descendant, you know. A lord in waiting with the ear of the council. More block. Fergal's one of the good guard. Yes, there we go.
As the High King commands.
Son of Ogre proved himself in the defense. Yes, Luxie, you're the one I needed. You're the creative one. Yeah, so there we go. And then we'll swap this army over, and this guy will, you know, we just recruited him because I wanted an army to put the stuff into. Loki should have taken the throne, but during a crack. Yep. But now, of course, Okri and Bokri, we're gonna be when these armies show up to the wastes. We're gonna be too ready for it.
Demon Slayer. All that rock above feels great.
But, you know, with enough veneration of the ancestors, we're still gonna make it all work. And everywhere now has less chaos undivided corruption. I mean, not like we were having problems with it, but... The Rome Khorne is by far the most boring one to look at. Yeah, you know, it's all blood all the time, right? This guy's called Skag Red Axe. Whenever we move him to go to 8 peaks, you'll never guess what weapon we have planned for him. Also, we got the trade settlement thing, so we're about to do that once we move with Grombrindle to take Kislev itself here. Which was actually ruins? What's going on, Throt? Like, okay, I swore I thought we were gonna find some stuff when we got in.
Demon Slayer. Wars. Good. I'll cast the runes.
Throw Nurgle's Red. You know, he has the most interesting aesthetics if you don't think too much about what stuff's supposed to represent. But then we're gonna rotate a few of these guys to deal with the ogres. I mean, you hardly need all of them to, but you know, you start getting locked into a collection of units, it's hard to say no. We're at 96% increased upkeep, but of course, it's hardly much. Because our stuff is... Alright, yeah, the Grudge Settler Slayers only cost 2 right now, but... Because until you get to actually 0, right, you gotta swap them around every now. What horrible thing does the guy have to do to get the Certain Clan Breaker? Demon Slayer. Yeah. You know, you don't ask what Scally did. He does have the Doomsinger sword, so he's going to be an important part of our stories going forward, you know. But he's the guy who popped up here at Ironback Hold to defend it, so nobody really knows what his deal is. He showed up with a huge crew of famous dwarf mercenaries and explained nothing. Defended the deeps, and now, you know, is about to keep on going. Carrying an elf sword, and just daring you to ask him what is up with that. You're like, hey, what's up with that? What's up with that? Hey, what's up with that? And he's like, what? That is an exile of Gudrun. That would make the most sense. Who knows where he was hiding? Alright, so here... Yeah, let's drop an Ironbreaker. Let's just... And really, I would love to have the Grim Delvers in Malakai's army. If they run around... Well, Scally and him aren't that far apart. Or the Scolder Guard, yeah. I'm like, the Grim Delvers are somewhere else. Because that would go with our Bugman's theme, right? Invisible pain. But the Scolder Guard, they're very awesome. But... it's going to be a very different Malakai stack, of course, but I mean, they shoot all right. We'll have Grudge Rakers in the back, and that'll be, you know, I actually think this was what I was missing for dealing with the Chaos Dwarf monsters. I think it was Grudge Rakers that we needed, just because they're blunderbusses, right? And what's good against monsters, even with 25 missile resist? Just blunderbusses. We could have just sat in the back, and then whenever they finally got up. But then maybe we would have taken Dreadquake Mortars and not been able to do it, right? Hard to say. We're going to let Malakai take the Falls of Doom, because the story internally is as we finally mop up these greenskins here. Dusty, my boy, I'm so sorry to do this to you. Chimeras too. Yeah. Yeah. It's, they would have been good there, huh? You know, those stacks, though. Yeesh. Well, it's only okay when I do it to people. But yeah, so the story's going to be, you know, Malakai, Bugman runs in here, and he's like, hey, you know, everybody meets up. And, you know, Bugman's been doing his horde thing there, so we're going to finish up this ogre sort of thing. We might not even send Malakai there. And then... because if we do... well, no, we can send Malakai to the ogre thing. How far are we from Retake the Realms Part 1? Well, we need to do the Zufbar thing. Right. Yeah. And to do the Zufbar thing, we need to eliminate Vlad before Elspeth does so that we can give her Sylvania, but she's already got almost all of it. Well, we'll have to get her something that she wants. I mean, that can just be this whole province of the Empire, though. Again, but we need to get it. We're actually a little thin over here in terms of that, but Skagradax will be there, and Gromby's there. And Scory's coming down this way. Because here, you know, we need to take these lands to get to Stenkia. Which this is a level 4 settlement, right? So we are going to build her a beautiful wall and a beer hall and a place to make some tools, and then we will trade it to her for the Bloody Spires using the amazing Trade Settlements mod. So I think the blunderbuss is better. Yeah, well, I want to say that blunderbusses have silver shields. I think blunderbusses have silver shields. But can I look in there? Yeah, I can definitely. Let us see. Yeah, blunderbusses have silver shields, and that's where your difference is, right? That 20% is immense. Oh yeah, Trader could look for it. Be the construction shield. Indeed. Here, this guy's probably gonna come in here and destroy us, but you know, we will. We're just churning out possible defensive forces at this point, you know, just trying to get it done. After all, since we can afford everything, we might as well try to do everything. Grimgor is on his way out. We'll be able to snap this up. Upkeep. Oh, I haven't calculated what I think it's at, but we have 96% increased upkeep, but that only increases our army upkeep by 41%. So we actually, it must be very high indeed, because we're at parity with the Thunder Barges, so you know, because they cost like 600, and you know, so we've got to be making great progress. And once we, you know, we're deep seed up a huge portion, and then in another couple of turns we're gonna see it all work out, because you know there'll be literally nothing to worry about over here anymore. And then we'll trade a few districts of the city to Ungrim, you know, for thematic senses, and then yeah, 75-ish. That's what I'm thinking, but that's of course with 15% from Malakai, so it's a little better than that even. And then we'll just, and the copper pot. So Gorazin Copperpot, he came out here, he put this army together, but the Copperpots were a noble family from Karakazorn, right? Alden Clanbreaker is here, learning the ways of the assassin. Yes, learning the ways of the assassin. We're going to replace him with somebody else accordingly. Oh, this guy's the other one who's learning the ways of the assassin. I remember now. That's too funny. You know, when we want to learn the ways of the assassin, we send them here. From one of the Lost Riftlands. Yep, exactly. The Copperpots were here at Karakazorn, and when we got him, so he brings us the word of the reason why, you know, they were in such dire straits, because due to the distance of the map, you know, they threw their lot in with us. We barely even knew about it, right? And now he comes to tell us of the depredations of the Ogre Kingdoms here. And of course, I'm sure Thoric will be happy to have a brawl. Oh, Greece is at war with Karazakarak. Well, that's good. I mean, how dare he? Well, now I don't even need a pretext. Oh yeah, Gora's in respec, so we need to get him.
Ready. Welcome, Ken. How may the High King serve thee?
Oh my! I'm like, my offers. That's what we do. All right. So obviously we're not like ready to fight Goldtooth, but I mean, how hard could it be? The bulk of his forces have to be at least somewhat far away, and we've got a hold here and an army. So you know. After all, it's not like we can find out these problems are happening and not do something about it. Yes, Strength 1, thank you, thank you, thank you. And also, Thorgrim, here's 50 grand.
Sure.
Because, like, we're not trying to be like, hey, how much money does it take? Exactly, tied through that. Like, how much money does it take to be acceptable? But we're just saying, like, hey, you know, we're taking over, like, we're clearing this Zharr-Naggrund thing. We got the deeps, we're in the magma caves. I'm just saying. And we'll do a couple more magma caves before too long, and then we're just gonna start getting, you know, nothing but heat all the time. We definitely could have done that before these last two wars, but it's alright. Malakai's army is now going to play so differently. I'm looking forward to it, though. It'll be fun. And into the realm of Khorne we'll go. Oh yeah, and we got Long Drong rolled up with, you know, a whole bunch of pirates and, you know, a couple thunder barges. Even though it's a big deal. Exactly. And can I just say, if you ever have the ability to just, like, splash a couple thunder barges in an army, just do it. One's fine. Two, I haven't actually done, like, an army that I can remember that had to. It's, it's pretty sweet, though. Scrag the Laughter, no. I mean, we could do it for a bit. He is in a defensive alliance with the king, and at war exclusively with people that we dislike. But, you know, it's time to break our pacts with the ogres. You know, they can't be trusted. You know, there is a mod to, like, automatically decline diplomacy, and in the late campaign, I mean, often, because the thing about Diplo is, anything the game will approach you with is something you could get yourself, but it may not be on your radar that you've met somebody, right? Like, maybe their hero sees you, and now you've got, like, you know, you can get a trade agreement or whatever, but Imagine this showing the foot with the cast rose, like if you were playing stand there. Yeah, it's like, and right after beating me, look at what he did. He just dug in everywhere, like washed down things, didn't build overly large gates. But like, yeah, what would we have done against the Gotrek and Felix and Ulrika thing once our theoretical opponent figured it out? I mean, I know what I would have done. I would have avoided him, flanked, and broken my opponent's spirit by attacking his artillery. For even if you do not need artillery to win the fight, once I identified that those dig-in cannons were more valuable to my opponent than anything in the whole universe, 10 Lamases exactly, because those ability turn-offs, that's pretty strong, and there were definitely times when Satan almost killed somebody. But I will tell you, though, this campaign does give me a hankering for another Chaos Dwarf campaign. Because I'm just like, man, that Lord Hero combination with the blunderbusses and the Kadai Dispersal, like, this is pretty sweet, isn't it? And not like we knew what we were doing by the end, I just learned how to play my army, but next time, when I know a little bit more how to plan stuff out, you know, probably pretty good. I'm just thinking too, like, if I was playing on the old world, like, dude, because you have, once you get sorted out here, I mean, it's just like how it is for the dwarves, you know, it'd just be from a different thing. Back to Dredge. I think probably, I mean, he's just so good, right? Man, assassin training happens like instantly. And they get their combo traits again, but they're about to lose them again because they're about to.
If he wants it done right, Doom Chaser. Demon Slayer. So be it. The throng is mustered.
Alright, so this guy is like, I mean, two things isn't terrible for an army, right?
Hypothermia would be a poor death. Bane of demons. Strengthen the shield wall to Doom, then. Yep.
Well, you know, if that's his armor of destiny, then that's his armor of destiny. Oh yeah, we gotta get him his thematic stuff. What's the most thematic thing? Obviously a tankard. To the Lord given 0 things. Yeah, I just know that he exists and that Slayer pirates are very rare, so they think he's funny. But I do know that he'll like his grog, so we can do the classic talisman item drink combination on him. That's the real honoring of his culture, right? And I'm thinking, like, man, this Ironbeard's ring, you can just get a couple of these when you go into the Chaos Wastes of Khorne. Everything big that he has in there does fire damage. But obviously, we're just going to tankard up some stuff and then get a couple more extra items quickly. Quickly, I said. Not thinking about which items, because what, like, I'm looking at them like there's going to be more. And then the next time we do a pass, hey, we spent all our oath gold, that's great!
Follow at your peril, Death Seeker.
We'll get more soon enough, don't worry. He's just got one in either hand. No, not Armor of Destiny for you. I mean, Hello Discord is like the only green I consider good enough to not get rid of, because one of these is amazing, you know, in a block. I mean, even a couple of them is amazing in a block, but... But yeah, we'll just keep on. And there, tankard, and we just want to make sure that the ward stones are going. No, because Talisman of Preservation is 3% more, but the Ward Stone, when we're going into the Chaos Waste, so this is all we're going to be fighting now, is going to give you the weapon strength and free up the talismans for other armies. Oh yeah, also like Saol. Cautious and methodical, sea monsters, and is melancholy. Yep. So lots of times people describe Dwarf Slayers, and I'm like, yep, that's they're doing the me thing, love that.
It is time for the wisdom.
He's like, it is time for the wisdom of Elia.
Let us begin. The axe thirsts for war.
Akshish. Ooh, look at this. This is gonna be fun.
Onward.
There's gonna be plenty of fun things to fight here. I'm like, let's distribute some abilities first, though. It's pretty funny sometimes you bring in an army because you're used to your elite armies, and then it's like, oh, this is just like an army. They're just like dudes. Well, they don't need the Axe of Karakate Peaks up here. That doesn't make sense. But Shieldbreaker's funny. No, might as well take an actual sword. How is Thar doing so well and support at the same time? Because Hell Pit is impenetrable, I think is what it is. I think it's because he's friends with these people, and the dynamic of getting inside is so awful. Oh, it's because he's palling around with... Yeah, it's just because Hell Pit can't be gotten to. That's got to be what it is, right? He's got his stuff, but... That's got to be it. Just to spawn. Like, how is he even still alive? Now we control this sea.
Aye. Yes.
He's like, aye, yes.
My axe thirsts for war.
Brynbright. I am like Brynbright. Bernbright. You say it that way, but you spell it Bern. Fair go, Bernbright. The Lord of Caragdum.
Slayer, summon me if you dare. I'll do it.
And Ocrionly moves off into the distance. You know, we'll probably just need to holding pattern those guys just a little bit, because otherwise all of our cool guys won't get to do anything. Our armies are too good to send up there, right?
Past is the past. Why wouldn't they let me call her unstoppable? To doom, then. There be demons at home.
I'm like, why did I think I could go across there?
They up. Scars show my failure at dying.
Alright, so Dusty's there.
What? Make his way through it down. Slayer.
Which, you know, we'll just catch him before too long. There's no reason to worry about trying to cut him off.
This is a onward.
And now that the war with
Ready.
those fools is on, Copperpot can immediately begin. It's a lot of
For
pirates.
the wisdom of the layer. Grease those axles.
Thanks for the grudges, indeed. Like, I was wondering where I was gonna find enough of those, buddy.
Follow at your peril. Doom's this way. Bane of demons. The scar.
And honestly, I want to let Grimgor come back so Loon can get the trait. Because otherwise, Scally will be the only one with it. And all he's done is beat Grimgor, you know. And be a seasoned campaigner and, you know, defeat a bunch of guys and be a strong boy. But, you know, barely anything.
Slayer.
You know, I was expecting a little more. Grimgor was in a terrible, terrible spot. But I think that's just a consequence of starting down here, right? Because if he doesn't get out and do well, then he'll be locked in by how many turns it takes him to emerge. You know, too intimidated by reality to make his way through it.
Ready. Aye, lad, what can I do?
Sundrum of Zorn. Good.
Dragons.
Zorn, I know that place. This is oldest Furrowbrow.
Slayer, Darwin.
He's an old soul, but you know.
It is time. Why dwell on me shake?
Wish there was a way to boost your recruit with close roads. Yeah, you know, it's... You almost wonder if hero recruit rate +2 is supposed to be faction-wide, right? Because it would make a lot of sense. Because dwarf is low, you know, and then, you know, hero recruit rate for Rain's like, for Thanes, it would make more sense for it to be faction-wide. It just would. Slayer recruit rank not being high is fine because the idea is that, you know, they become the Dragon Slayer from being a Slayer or whatever, but... Because playing like Lizardmen, right, and being able to get you know, skink chiefs, which start out as mediocre at best, but become some of the single best heroes available to any faction. You know, lizardman things, right? So it's funny, I suppose. But we can't seal the Halls of Remembering. We can't seal the Halls of Remembering because it would be inappropriate. The Age of Reckoning is not over just because we're doing so good. But now that he has finished his assassin training, we'll move him up to the north and try to get a blessing for him. We are recruiting at level 21 for lords now, which is very good. Thorhall Bugman? My goodness, look at that. You know, maybe...
Time for a reckoning. Time for a reckoning.
Yeah, Andy's ranger trained. Maybe it's time to rename the Joseph Bugman hero we created and just take the gift that the game has given us there, right? Yeah.
Engineer.
Because that, you know... And we don't even know Joseph's real name, right? So... Yeah, we'll just do that. And then Malakai will be free to go retake 8 peaks rather than having to work... Well, I mean, we were already going to go to 8 peaks, but alright. Yeah, So it doesn't matter what we call this guy, but we need to call him something. Dwarf name generator. Yeah, these are all nonsense. That doesn't work. Yeah, okay, I know what we're gonna do now. This'll be Gimli, Berdrick. And Grimly Berdrick is gonna be the Slayer that joins the army. And they'll be twin brothers, Gimli and Grimly. And you can't ask one about the other. Also, you know, Gimli's fine enough. But anyway, if you want to find a name, then we'll change it again. But that would be funny. I'm like, you know, now that I'm like, why don't I just look at a last name? But we'll recruit this lord against the ogres, right? Wait, no, we didn't need that one red light thing. It's fine. I'm like, and he's a Rune Lord. We're just putting him in there for the auto anyway. Probably should have chosen a different thing. It's fine. It doesn't matter.
My axe thirsts for war. Rune Lord, let us begin.
Putting a Thane in Bazarek Bogan. Yeah, we're definitely putting a Thane in there. 100% mandatory. Story truth teller. Yeah. Yeah, you gotta have a Thane because Thane gives you Wanderer for snipe for the Rangers, and that's 1,000,000% mandatory. We'll probably get another one actually to give them Keeper of the Gate also. Story Truth Teller is funny. You know, it'd be better for a Rune Lord name, wouldn't it? Yeah, you know, we can...
Summon me if you dare.
We can definitely get some mileage out of that. Now, cunning, you know, it's not...
Aye, lad, what can I do? What needs to be done?
It's a good trait, it's just... It's a good trait, it's just not good for gyros because they get suppression, and the way that contact effect works use that. But it's still 10 defense and the ambush success chance, which is fine. A trait for 10 melee defense is fine. Does it better projectiles? Yeah, it's just like I said. So, I think actually when you get in the gyrocopter, suppression will override the poison. But in general, yeah, a trait that applies to one thing will apply to another thing. So if you have fiery attacks and you have access to a fiery projectile on it, I'll get it there. But like if it's on an item that gives you magic attacks, it would go on both of them or whatever. But anti-large and stuff works differently. It just depends. Alright, so good. Ulfar Knucklebreaker is doing fine, and Morgus Crimson's army is awesome, and yeah, alright.
Bane of demons. They up. Another knight still not dead.
He's got such campaign movement.
Vengeful Rudlord. Aye, I suppose so. You insult me. Even assassin cannot.
Yeah, because, like, I think all of Thrott's armies are just going to be, like, hot trash. I honestly think that they are. I think he has spent this entire game just losing. My man doesn't have gold chevrons on a single thing, not even a Scaven Slave Slinger.
Aye.
That's right. Way earlier in this turn, we were getting this army set up for the attack. I mean, obviously it's going to be fine. But they do have fun stuff in the... You know, they've got plenty of fun monsters, so I didn't want to go in naked. And now we're not going to. These guys have their stuff, and obviously, you know, Thunderbar just takes such a bit of getting through that even if they do get, like, a Bloodthirster on them, they don't just fall over, right? Oh, this is gonna be good. We got our Iron Drake and our Trollhammer Torpedo. This, I thought you'd like this army for Logan Redmayne. This was like I'm like, what if we make, like, the Dawi army? I was thinking we would send him to fight, like, vampires. Yeah, because that never happened. The Battle of Krasund. And they're all going to be on the field at one time, of course. Oh, but look at that. That's, it's this map. Be alright. After all, we've got the Royal Dawi Air Force here. Because, of course, one funny thing we can do is just start deleting things. Like, hey, Khorne's bloody fist. How you like this? Oh, it missed. Oh, he dodged it. You know, we should have shot at the guy on the ground. But now we have to take another shot. It's the only thing to do. Don't you dare juke it again. There we go. A nice, respectable 3K shot. And they summon a fury on the Goblin Hewer who deletes them. Because they can shoot at us. I don't even think they're going to do much, right? Yeah, because we've got missile block, and they lack armor piercing. But what they don't lack is big flying monsters, and I walked into them again. And now he's entered into the range of the organ gun, who's hopefully shooting at him. You know, I don't even know if everybody's shooting at him. Yeah, alright, let's, we're gonna lose that. We need to make sure we turn off. Alright, we're just gonna land. I always act like I can't just land. Oh, yeah, there we go. We just land, and Khorne's bloody fist gets deleted by the Goblin Hewer. Now we're talking. Alright, now that that's taken care of. They're on this cannon, but that is okay. We're making it. And that's everything in the air, so now the Thunder Barges and the Air Force, once they clean up here. Cannon gets knocked over, Trollhammer torpedoes. Let's get them shooting at a good target, shall we? We smoke the Pleasure Guard. This goes right through all of them. Alright, good stuff. Get the Goblin Hewers onto the spawn. There and there. Flank is guarded there. Get these guys back onto it. Doing fine there. Troll hammers are a little narrow, but that's okay. They're on top of the Goblin Hewers, right where we want them. Go there and there. These fools get onto the Marauders of the Hound. Our Iron Drakes are beautifully, beautifully shooting the gap there. Look at me playing dwarves. Use gyro speed too, along with ammo strength, all the 3 stats. You know, it is pretty nice. And that they have restock, the 4th stat that matters. Ammo replenishment. Ammo theory. And I guess early game, you know, I mean, having juice leadership is fine, I guess, but they already have very high leadership, so the leadership buff for it. Really, it's just that, like, it's a nice thing that they could theoretically have in the early game, you know, but, like, when's it ever gonna matter? And we have, oh yeah, the pleasure guard slash. I'm like, they are not taken care of yet. I'm like, I thought they were all gone. No, these fools are unbreakable. Yeesh. Well, you know, too much artillery. Nah, I mean, 3 pieces isn't impossible to defend. A Goblin Hero is a piece too. Look, it's Chaos Army. You know, they bring flying demons. This wasn't an army that I was thinking of putting together to fight a Chaos Army. It was just, you know, a generalist one. The Iron Drakes, yeah, did very well. We had them, because Iron Drakes are a unit that are amazing if you got your game plan for them, and you can, because it's not even about them getting through, it's you need to, like, create a gap in a line that you can just exploit ruthlessly with it. I've definitely had campaigns, like, early ones, way back in the day with Grombrindle or whatever, because I think you started, where you just lean on an Iron Drake, like, the whole campaign. Krazund!
If you dare.
No, we'll save it and be able to get Karak Flag up here in a second.
How can I help? Vengeful Ridlon.
His goons don't even have gyros yet. They will eventually. Alright, here. Are we afraid of losing Kislev? Nah, not with the movement we have.
I go where I'm needed.
It's all raised.
I'm here now.
These rogue armies?
The axe thirsts for war.
I honestly think it is. I think these rogue armies are the reason this whole. I think.
For the wisdom. Talk at
I don't know.
Trudlang.
They're definitely here. We're gonna have to fight them.
My axe thirsts for war.
Although you hate to get rid. I mean, there are super squigs, which is very funny to have here, but.
Not enough warpstone. My axe thirsts for war. Will not, cannot.
Traitourkin, yep. Well, we know how to deal with that. Grombrindle knows a foe when he sees one. He can sense if you're not dwarfy enough.
Demon Slayer. Dragon Slayer. Malakai.
Oh.
This is a false dude.
Like, why don't we just fight an individual army? Fair army, double deep death chevron. Cannons at the back, grape shot, thunderers in the neck. That sounds amazing. Alright, so this dude has... Alright, so I guess their armies they're rocking with are 6 giant armies now. Fun. Never seen anything come through and get. Yeah. It does seem like a very solid thing to hold. The line with. We'll just, you know, because they'll just get through here, right? But what if we put just every quarreler here? Like the Juggernaut, yeah. Can't maneuver, low HP. If they get on top of it, they're gonna murk it. Yeah, there's no point in standing in front of the giants. They'll be delayed enough trying to get in. Yeah, we'll just, Alright. Star Crusher, great weapons. Well, those are going to be really good against a Rune Lord, huh? This is actually going awesome. Obviously, we're probably not going to be able to eliminate that many of the units, but, I mean, for all I know, look, a bunch of quarrelers before they run out of ammo. Because, I mean, quarrelers are good. Quarrelers are good. And we'll just shoot the Wazoks here. Alright, well, obviously this is going considerably better than I dreamed it would, but I figure we're going to run out of ammo, but not maybe before. But we rotated all of the missile fire away, and we definitely needed it for this counterattack. We're going to say stand your ground, give our guys the buff here, but yeah, we needed damage on the giant, and we found it there. Of course, in the center, well, they got in. You know, that we might have put too many units here, but what else we're gonna do? Eshin Man-Eater, we're just gonna let him brawl there. I don't even know what that was. They like did some maw magic at me there.
For the ancestor gods, the next kill is ours. Quarrelers will do. Let the vengeance begin. Go faffing about.
Firing? What on earth? My man's AI is broken. Well, we lose, but No, it must have been more than morale, because how would they have army lost me? We weren't even that beat up. Yeah, maybe they changed it. I don't know. That's what I had thought too, but I mean, clearly we were nowhere close to getting army lost. Skaldor had plenty of HP, and you know, people weren't even that beat up. Well, we killed a giant. That was weird. Maybe it's because one of the wacky ogres, you know, that very well might have been it, right? Because different rules for different areas and all.
Not here to play pat a cake. Talk.
Elgie. Elgie. Look, Malakai has worked with people. Elves aren't people. Not close, man. Yeah. No, I mean, he, you know, because Gotrek often thinks Malakai is too chummy with people, right? Because Malakai was, like, teaching at Nuln or something at some point. Like, legit was, like, you know, settled down a little bit, if memory serves. A peace treaty, Grimgore. I'm surprised at you. Sounds gonna do. I mean, to be fair, why not? Look, he doesn't even know me, right? I don't even know him from his perspective. Like, he has been literally minding his own here in the wastes, and then some dwarves with, to be fair, an entirely inferior hat culture come along, just like barely any hats at all, and the ones that they do have, inferior, and then, you know, suddenly you're thinking, hey, maybe these guys aren't so bad. Let's give them some money, they'll go away. Chasing you, no run. So it's like, well, what if a demon comes out of a barrel?
Demon Slayer. Aye. Demon Slayer. But that armor's heavy, eh? I'll figure it out. Bring those cannons to bear. A sport of dwarven know-how and way. Malakai and Kaiser. Demon Slayer. Death beckons. Demon Slayer. My axe thirsts for war. Beards in belts.
And Copperpot's just, you know, he wants this war. He wants to get to it.
By Grudge, this had better be good. Get these cannons moving. I suppose so.
Conventional. You know, how long has it been since we've seen this trait? Like, can you even remember? I honestly, out of the 30 engineers I've recruited and the 50 I must have looked at, I don't remember seeing that trait one time. Conventional. That would go real good in Scally Clanbreaker's army.
Is Gotrek this board? Ready to do the guild's bidding.
None of the conventional engineers that ever want to be seen within 10 miles of Malakai. Fair enough, right? Hey, that's the sign that really, you know, the reputation is shifting, right? We're everything's gonna be different. Oh, and self-fire chosen, they have no choice, yeah. No choice at all. But maybe we can set that to rights as well, after all, with our very fancy trade settlements mod. Do we want a couple cannons? I mean, clearly, a couple cannons. Grape shot's real good. 2 is not too much to defend, and then we'll get... I've already got 3 Bugwin's Rangers. We can get... I mean, it is an army we're making at Karakadrin. Why are we being precious about what we should have?
It is time.
Blood of Grimnir. You feel the Dwarves are one of the few factions that give a good amount of emergent storytelling? For sure. Yeah, you know, because even, like, Wood Elves, which are very driven, you know, intellectually, you know, to the, you know, but what's it really going to be? But with Dwarves, like, because they're so full of personality, you know, and they care so much about specific places that you can, like, you know, build your stories around them. This guy's crummy little army. Empire's good for 2, yeah. The thing about Empire is that Empire stories are the same if they're in the Empire, and if they're not, then they are about the guy they're about. You know, a Gelt story is always about Gelt. You know, Franz, you know, isn't really about Franz exactly, but it's always about, you know, bringing him to his men. You have to do the thing. You know, it's... Oh. Throt. Kinda wondered when I'd ever run into you, buddy. Pandemodium. Alright, so that's a Slanesh army. Not a super high level one, though. I'm like, how beat up do we want to get? I mean, we can just sit here in Krazund and level it a second. After all, we're here in the gap now. Setting things to rights. Time to do a deeps pass? Yes. To the right. New Lamia check. And you know, I wanted to build this up to give it to Ostankya. We can't give it to her while it's about to fall. But we don't want this place to fall either. No, the armies in Silver Pinnacle never showed up. Which is too bad. But, you know, maybe one of the other people built it, right? Because that's not impossible. But then it would have cleared the grudge. Yeah, we're absolutely trucking along now in terms of where the income's going to be. We're not terribly far from everything being free, I don't think. And here, some of the buildings are actually literally free. Because of, you know, all the people we have around. But all of them are so deeply discounted that it's basically like not having to pay for anything. And then at that point, we just get to, you know... I mean, you get hero cap out of deeps. They're never, like, irrelevant to you. We're building the walls in these places not because we need them, but because it's cool. Because when all these roll in, you know, that's the thing about having all the High King's decrees, you know, you don't have to wait, because we have 50 decrees, which is just so many, right? But you generate a couple at each place, and before long, you know, before long, you're talking real money. And then we will have the fervent dream of all the Dawi. Free armies. I wish there was like a one, you know, is there? Like, I don't think there's a button to show you if it's deeps buildable or not. But we got through most of it there. Good deal. That deeps was free. Yeah, yeah. I built a Thunder Barge building for 900. Yeah, magma caverns, you know, for the love of the game, not fit for greed. Exactly. All right, great. All of those guys are moving. Malakai's taken there. We're finally going to get guys going in this direction. Hagram Ironforge, our old pal.
by my... Die, glorious! What? Death Seeker? My anger burns bright.
You know, sometimes the game's just so on the nose. The game doesn't know his name is Okri Burnbright. And yet, are we not delivered the most wonderful notification because of it?
Bane of demons.
Alright, we're gonna give Burnbright the Gates Guard, and then we're just gonna take this army off somewhere, right? We'll worry about Burnbright later. He needs to pray at the Shrine of the Lady first, right? To be given purpose. And he may well hang out here, of course.
Time for a reckoning.
The badges of office, the anchor chain, and the horn of the ancestors. And the rune of fire. Known to all of his family. We did, of course, give Okri Burnbright and Boki Burnbright the other two runes of fire. Not because flaming attacks are good, but because they are the Burnbrights.
Rune Lord.
In his, we'll probably take the Rune of Fear away, because we're giving Gotrek's master rune of Spite to Okri, so that he can be the baby Mortis engine that I believe all Anvils of Doom can be. Clan Burnbright never was so lucky as when we showed up. Heyo, we're gonna get to brawl!
Slayer. I am a god, not a slave. Doom Chaser. Death Seeker.
So, we have a fun time where it's like, well, you know what we didn't do? Bring a bunch of artillery to shoot a demon prince out of the sky. But we will have 2 thunder barges. And a lot of Slayer pirates to shoot them. And we know now for the engineers, oh, these engineers are on the ground. Huh, they can't quite get into the sky yet. Well, you know. Look, if these armies can't earn their stripes, they can't earn them.
My doom, it's out there.
How scary is this? I mean, Chaos Warriors, blah, blah, blah. Not even chosen, right?
Commands me.
Just stuff, things. Level 50 Demon Prince. He's actually like a total weakling, right?
Must be cakes.
I'm more worried about this level 5 Herald of Slaanesh. Nah, it'll be fine.
Hey up. What?
Hargrim Mountainfast is level 30. Yeah, his heroes, a couple of them are crazy strong. It's just the others that aren't. Let's get Elmdor. Oh, Elmdor, this is the guy from the previous faction from the Once Upon a Time. You know, why don't we just... Yep. Deep's building was free, and pretty soon we're gonna have actually free armies. They're already practically free. We already make so much money that I can give a tithe to the High King.
Slayer.
And just a lot of these armies, we're just eventually gonna level up stuff, you know, but like not right now. We're not trying to do that every turn.
Doom Chaser.
Alright, so we move there, and there. So we still need to do this fight up here, and then we need to do that fight over there. I'm gonna take a short break and get a Mountain Dew and such. 3.5 hours. Oh man, what time is it? Oh, just 10:30. Sweet. Sweet. That's good news. That's good news. I have no idea what time it is, but it's still so early in the day. Magnificent. Well, I'll be back in just a couple of minutes with another bit of delicious flavored water. Nobody knows what it tastes like, but it's delicious. Gets you going. Anyway, I'll be right back. for the wisdom of Valaya. Alright, let's brawl.
Follow at your peril.
Oh, he's on the other side of the rock. That's bad.
What glory in a watery doom?
What glory in a watery doom? Come on, Long Drong. Don't be like that. Because we do have these. Oh, wait. They get firewall move? It's just the brimstone guns that don't. I can't... Did I not... I must have known and forgotten. But anyway, the Trollhammer Grudge Settler gyros do have firewall moving, actually. Long trucks water. You know, it. Sometimes some of the voice lines are a bit on the nose. Ah, speaking of water, we're in the frozen sea. The Slayer pirates will be pleased. Soul grinders, more of a problem for these armies than most of my armies, because of course we're just gonna put them like in the trees here. Long Drong did get the blessing of the lady immediately though, so you know we need him to live. Because really, we're going to party over here. They're going to have large stuff in the trees. That's going to be miserable. And then we're going to have a mass there. They don't have anything flying here. They can shoot at us with the soul grinders, but they'll have to get close. So we're just going to go in. Because we outrange them, so we can beat up on them here, right? But the Slaughter Brood is an even better target, maybe. The Flamers of Tzeentch are the best targets for these. So we still will outrange them some. Soul Grinder or Khorne might have like the special ammo where they can't really shoot at the air. I don't know though. But the Flamers of Tzeentch, I'm like, no, definitely, nope, they're definitely shooting at me in the air. They can't really hit me though. They're shooting all the way over there. And here, the Fury Summon that is so annoying isn't really going to do too much to us. Oh, beautiful. Look at that. The Flamers of Tzeentch getting lit up by the Trollhammers. We're going to back out a little bit here. Actually, yeah, so they try to get in here, but the Furies, you know, they're going to have a bad time. There, and we will hopefully get them running away. Because their Flyers are coming in right after this. Of course, they have 10 Fury Summons, but if we have enough Slayer Pirates over here, we'll be alright there. The Flamers of Tzeentch, which are more than passing dangerous, get dealt with there. You know, we don't want the Flamers of Tzeentch to be shooting. Oh, wow, wow, wow. Was that a Thunderbard shooting at her that did that? Jeez. Hurry, guys. You want to slay a demon, you're going to need to get in there now. I'm like, oh yeah, that's right. I have a whole nother army here. I was like panicking. I'm like, wait, I'm all right. After all, our reinforcements are slayers. Of course, skull crushers of Khorne are hardly like, I feel comfy, but and we are gonna try to turn and nuke the Demon Prince. That's the plan. This Slaughter Brute here got very, very tuned up. Our engineers in the trees are doing great, and now we're gonna need to counter this flank attempt. You know, being unflankable is so nice. Oh, wow. Daniel gets just deleted by our outrageous Thunderbarge assault. You know, 10 Furies. He's so annoying. I'm like, good news, Doomseekers. I sent you out a Slaughter Brute who did so much damage, but now, you know, we're going to beat him up. It's fine. It's just, it's pretty annoying to know what you're supposed to send a thing at and then do the opposite, but, you know, what are you going to do? We got Giant Slayers over there. We just sent them in on the wrong target. It's fine. Oh, yeah, I unironically need to be restocking the Slayer Pirates. They do good work when they have ammo. But now our Quarrelers came in. You know, we're seeing that a couple units of Quarrelers would be pretty nice here. But, you know, they can't do anything. Obviously, they can't do anything because we got Thunderbarge support and a ton of Slayers. Now, the Quarrelers just ran forward there. That's not ideal. Obviously, not just running forward there would have been better. I didn't realize I had so many Quarrelers in that armory, if I'm being honest about it. I love it. I love Quarrelers. They make me feel like I'm playing the game. Sentinels of Zeech trying to dive on this Master Engineer. We're going to dig in, though. Well, I mean, to be fair, that was the Elspeth campaign we got it last time, right? Which would have been, I mean, many campaigns ago. But yeah, to get it in your capital is the best, too. And like, and for like this sort of like Slayer themed playthrough, I mean, it's just very charmed, right? Of anything in the entire game, the literally perfect thing, because even though we didn't get on Gotrek and Felix, you know, they hardly need it. It's really about everybody else getting their part of the story. You know, that 15 ward save, it's kind of hard to get that. But once you get it, well, just don't lose it, right? We're overhead with the, we're overhead now, so this should be pretty good. We're gonna go to spike this guy. Beautiful. You know, it was fine for a while, and then we let it get super messy. I mean, to be fair to me, 10 Fury Summons is so many Fury Summons. Like, that's not exactly a thing you can expect to keep track of for 7 minutes straight. And if it weren't for the Fury Summons, we probably wouldn't have let our lines get broken as bad. Glorious victory! We're seeing the Thunderbarges are pretty good, actually. 7k value on one, 5.5 on the other. Glorious. Getting, of course, the most important trait, relations with Kislev. Like, Bellacor's trait gives you a little bit of everything, and the Demon Prince's trait gives you relations with Kislev. Oh, and we're not even going to get it because he was in the Reinforced Army, I think. But, you know, whenever I saw the Blessing of the Lady thing there, I remember thinking, what we have to do now, we have to make this campaign work, because now we'll have the greatest one ever. Oh, it's negative 50 attrition. That's the trait that was getting us, I don't have attrition in whatever army. Negative 50, I guess. Yeah, because... Okay, now I get it. And importantly, now Longdrong is going to... Because he gets this, and he's got Shipwright. Very good. So now we're going to have entire immunity to High Seas, Reef, and Storm attrition. That's not bad. You know, I'm not even bargaining. Because this is Longdrong and he wants to be on the sea forever, this is actually the only good time for it. But maybe we'll still take some attrition. I don't know if attrition goes to the same rules as upkeep, right? Hardgrim Mountain Fast will now go and acquire the trait.
Let us find our deaths. Come with me if you want to die.
And of course, we control this ocean, so we cannot recruit on it, though. I was like, man, shipbuilding for dwarves win. But of course, now that we've got our settlement thing going, you know, and we're... You know, we've got a plan to trade Ostankya these lands, you know, because I don't have a problem with her living here on the Skull Road or anything. And in fact, it's kind of nice. And obviously... Why do they have grudges?
Strange that beats of
Trespassing
death
on
keep us
whom?
from one another.
Trespassing on whom? Because they own dwarf settlements? Oh. I never... Because, like, it's just one now? I feel like they just started getting them added on, and I hadn't been seeing them on them for the whole game.
Time for a reckoning.
Because they've been owning dwarf settlements for ages. Because we're running out of enemies. Fair enough. Well, I mean, we border Throt and the Demons of Chaos, but I guess... You know, they don't have enough grudges on them.
Demon Slayer. Something over there. Demon Slayer.
And we're just gonna hang out here and wait for Grimgor to come back. Scully Death Dealer is the one who's got...
Slayer.
Yeah, no, he was just the one who was in the... It's the other Scully that beat. It's a ton. Yeah, so those armies will slide that way. These armies can definitely afford to go back over there. We're just going to move Morgrim this way and figure that there's probably Skaven here and here, but we're about to start dealing with them. You know, we're not leaving the wastes untilled. You know, we're gonna uncorrupt them. Sure, there'll still be wastelands, but there's not gonna be a bunch of chaos corruption everywhere. You know, we're gonna take care of all of that. The whole world will be okay. Probably. $420 to build a level 4 rune forge. Hysterical, just deeply funny stuff. here at Silver Pinnacle, we're going to break that and delve greedily. And deep, we will. Yeah, that's a pretty good trait. All of these are good traits. But because these heroes, the Dragon Slayer upkeep, 121. Well, I guess we got another big multiplier then from the Karakadrin landmark, right? Because, well, no, it doesn't make them cheaper, huh?
For clan honor, master.
Alright, so there was that and that and that, and then we had this army up here, but that's right, we elected to just chill for a turn. Although, we could ambush, that'd be even better. Something in 4 seconds resets our camera speed over. Make it make sense, world. Make it make sense, please.
Dishonored. No demons down there, sadly.
We'll go over here and swoop in on this side of him.
Demon Slayer.
We're gonna bring Dullid Steelbeard's army and go have a party, right? And then
Thirsts for war.
the Rune Lord will recruit his. Or the Lord of the Deeps. We don't expect him to ever need to go anywhere, but we still need a proper army. I mean, what if somebody shows up? What if there's an in-game crisis? No, I mean, I am the in-game crisis, right?
Not with
No, Skylar, I am the danger.
Malakai McKayson. Bring 'em.
We declare on old Cobalt Knucklebreaker, because of course we do.
How can I help? Forward. If you say so, Beardley. I'm here now. Run 'em. Fight. Moving out.
Castle's fun, I can't read, no one will notice, right? I'm like, oh no, he's back. Anyway.
Time for a reckoning. No folk mate their place. It is time. Death seek.
Alright, and in just a couple of turns, we will clean up all of this.
Sure enough.
Glorious. Yeah, those Atan armies, I'm trying to, I'm not good at the game or anything, but it's definitely interesting to see, how my knowledge has changed over time. I mean, if you were to put a person who, could theoretically play Total War, but didn't know what was up with Chaos Dwarves against 4 Pain Trains, well, you get predictable results. And I even knew what was happening. It was still really hard for me to do anything about it most of the time. I mean, if somebody just says, run Gotrek and Felix in and you'll win, I mean, that's the story of the books. It does sound true. Theoretically, we still could have lost, but... And after all of our work there, they burn it down. But we hardly wanted to lose the closer to the mountain passes one. Don't want to let Throt get inside. We have to figure, though, with us out here, like, at least popping a couple Skaven armies, like, our presence in the Order Tide is really something for them. I guess we can go to a military alliance with Elspeth now. She's got it with Karazakarak. That makes it appropriate. Oh, she doesn't want one. I'm not going to pay you 100 grand for one. But in time, you know, because we're about to roll in on the vampires before she finishes it up, so that we can try to trade her for Zufbar. But she's already taken Drakenhof, which is unfortunate. You know, we may not get to that vampire war in time to help her, and we'll never satisfy the grudge. No, that's the adventure. We need to get the adventure. No, you can still do it without any vampires on the map. You just can't get all of them. I will say for the adventure, the places that the armies that you had to spawn, it was annoying for all of them except the Champion of the Blood God, for which is like one of the best rewards for the discount to organ guns, because they are having to go to the steps of the Blood God's realm itself to get to it. It's awesome. It's very far away, but not on your part of the planet, like the Skaven one. Or comes worse before rebels there. Yeah, you know, it's not that much public order, but it's not. And Thungi Red Axe tries to run away. Thungi should have called you Ilgi.
Yes.
This guy is fooled, of course, by our ambush and marches into the mountains. They're carrying around Skaven slave slingers.
What?
And we get Executioner's Axe, which will be pretty good on Doran Arkendradskalsen. No, it's actually good on these guys too, because when they're at the threshold, you have to tag the unit in order to kill them. So even though we would lose, you know, suppression, because if we have two of them together, and we do, then this is okay, because one of them executes, the other one slows them down, they sunder for, yeah, you know, great, good.
Summon me if you dare. Aye.
Just gotta get Rock Iron Forge, so we'll have a Keeper of the Gate. King Lun Morgrimson. Well, I never heard of you if you're a king. Long Drawn gets Slayers to me. Grimner's Air, Tactician, we're there and there and there.
Gonna need a rememberer for this. Follow at your peril. They up. Dwarfs ain't meant for sea.
Arabian Arms. That's right. I'm like, oh yeah, and now I'm remembering that the sea can give me hilarious buffs. What if it gives me Frenzy and Regen for the whole army? Oh man, you know, I've been having so much fun with this. I forgot about the amazing army of Tupac, Blessed of the Sea. How could I forget? Man, that was a good time.
What glory in a water it do, if you want it done right.
Forex plus on. Yeah. If only Long Drawn could be blessed by him. Physical resist. Region wide. Oh man. There's so many great things to get.
They up. What do you want?
Ah, Thungi's here. Good. Well, that's great. You know, we're actually going to stand right here.
Keep your axes.
And then when he moves in to attack, we can assist him. And that way, it's not like we're going to be handing Ungrim his piece of the Dark City, you know. The man has his pride. Dwarf.
Their do or mine.
The dwarf has his pride.
Onward. What? They up. Dishonored.
Yeah, I mean, this is the bonkers army that definitely needs the additional thing. I mean, we'll get rid of the Goblobber so somebody else can get it.
Mad to follow a slayer. What? That's on wheels, lad.
Because we'll grab that when we're, like, going to 8 Peaks, you know. That way we can give it to somebody's army where, you know, it'll definitely be there. 500,000, 100k a turn. Free Ornate Great Gates.
Ready to do the guild spelling.
And then we will build Magma here. Gold mines upon gold mines. Tremendous rewards all around. Alright, alright.
Pride keeps me warm. To war.
Steelbeard
Young and
runs out here most steelily. Burn Bright
it's as good as done.
moves ever closer.
Hair dye. Squig blood's good, but that armor's every year. Demon Slayer. My oath allows it. Innovator. Dragon Slayer. Was only a little demon. I need to make room for artillery. Dude. Follow me, lads. Got him.
Alright, so we've got Gimli and Grimli here now. One's Gim, one's Grim. And that means Malakai can finally move out.
Up and over. What of you?
But we're gonna go in this direct. You know, we might as well go towards 8 Peaks. It's gonna be a hot minute before Malakai can do anything, but that is okay. Well, I mean, the Ogres are here. It's basically the same distance. And we have personal grudges against these Ogres. They were raiding our lands while we were trading partners. Copperpot's just going for it.
My anger burns bright, Rune Lord. Let us begin.
This dude's assassin trained. This dude's Bugman. Goblin hewers are invisible now, so they're appropriate. We still have 2-turn recruitment here, which is a shame.
Summon me if you dare. Casting the runes is thirsty work. Let's drink and talk.
And we'll give him 137 to join the war against Goldtooth. You know, you give and you take away, and after all, were we not in the past recipients of the largesse?
Doom chaser.
Such ignorance.
Death seeker.
No other may summon me.
This way, my crony. Slayer. What?
And Lund just
Dishonoured.
wants Grimgore's defeat trait. These other dudes have got to wait around for it.
Come with.
Loon will be alright. I mean, Loon could maybe beat Grimgore in just a fight. Maybe not. I don't know. No, he lacks armor piercing. That's right. But Loon plus Hergal could do it. But we're just gonna wait for Grimgore to come back because I want his trait for Loon.
Moving exposed.
He heard that there was a huge, massive orc in there, and he wanted to see it, you know. And frankly, it'll be a fun battle.
Lord of Clan Morgrim. It is time.
But we can build some more. Alright, we were gonna trade this Grum one to Gumdrakor.
First we drink, then we talk.
Oh, can't. It's alright. Yeah, right. It's not terribly important. The additional upkeep is half of our army income.
The guild that rules.
And our one guy that didn't do anything is the one where Throt is outside. Oh yeah, Throt's outside. Well, that's something to do.
Time to slay all
Oh, he's gonna try to run away? Oh, not today, buddy.
of the lair.
Scory Stonebeard has some levels. I was like, I feel like this was a guy that we respect, and it was. Melee defensive miss resist to the guys around, or what kind of army is this? I mean,
For a reckoning.
this is a vain army who cares about himself. Criminal's heirs.
My axe thirsts for war.
Grab a mentor, Rune Grimnir, obstinate. Of course, we are able to get these engineers in shape now.
Ready.
But, you know, let's, before we fight a legendary lord, it's always nice to go through and see if your guys can equip some armor real quick. Gotta be with Goblin, yeah, Joseph, exactly. We're gonna do that, and then, because you can't put the sniping rune on a Regiment of Renown, no, you can on Regiment of Renown, you can't on the Grudge Settler, but, right? Yeah, non-Grudge Settler. So we will give it snipe and stalk as well, so it'll be a Goblobber that they're not going to be able to see. And that will be very classy as well.
Let us begin.
A little bit more Oath Gold we'll get. Tankard, and
Onward. What?
Iron Beats armor, 40 armor, 21st. I mean, it's fine, but it's no Trickster's Helm. Tons of armor goes good on a gyro, though. This is such a fun campaign. The scale of it, right? The scale of it, which, I mean, obviously we're going to do this fight. We haven't faced Throt yet. He has 4 uses of Menace Below. I'm like, how does he have that many? I guess Scavenge Corruption just from being around for a bit. But yeah, this will be fun. You know, because the thing about Scavenar is they're terrible against me. Look, any 1v1, a Skaven is already upset. If you know where they are, they're already having a bad time. Don't look into the past. Remember when Ikit Claw brought like 19, or was it just 17 brood horrors against me? That was a different time. That was silly. Because they can't shoot a thunder barge up. At 70 missile resist, you can just walk away from a couple rattling guns. It's pretty funny how dumb our army becomes. We're just going to support against them. Never ever guard your guns against rats with iron breakers. Just take it from me. I'm like, no. You know, it actually just makes my heart feel so good to take an artillery volley and only lose 1,700 hit points, you know? Like, I feel like I'm playing a game. Compared to the experience you're just... I mean, this is heaven, right? This is amazing. Do you see that? We got shot by 2 artillery pieces and then ran away. We still have half of our life. That's pretty good. And now they're doing the funniest thing possible, which is shooting, you know, play clock catapults. I mean, they do armor piercing. It's not nothing. But, you know, it does blow up a missile piece with it. You know, we could have shot Throt. He does regen. Let's shoot the Doom Wheel. Doom Wheels... I think it got him, yeah. It's got very good velocity. Yeah, it did totally get him. You can two-shot a Doom Wheel there. Oh, also, organ guns will absolutely shoot into the back of your guys sometimes. Like, what is the organ gun trying to shoot at? There we go. The Doom Wheel cannot hide in the brush there. Alright, speaking of rattling guns, they're shooting out the gyro bombers. We just need to get away and let the Thunder Barge screen for us, because they're not going to be able to do anything to the Thunder Barge. You know, I mean, it'll hurt it. It'll do, oh my god, so much damage, but we'll trade with it, you know. Fundamentally, it's just a fair fight against a Thunder Barge now, because without this missile resist, right, the Thunder Barge would be dead already from just one rattling gun. Which, I mean, is fair. It's a armor-piercing weapon team, and you shouldn't fly a Thunder Barge into it. Speaking of things we shouldn't do, got distracted here. Throt the Unclean is brawling. But the gyro summon, you know, totally eliminates one plague cloud catapult, and probably could have got the other one too, but we're going to send this guy at that one there, and this here, come in this way. Throt, of course, is serious business, and it looks like Throny Death Dealer might be meeting his doom today, but, you know, he might not be so lucky. Because that's the thing about rattling guns, right? 70 missile resist is better than one rattling gun can get through. you can't just let yourself get shot, but it's a different thing than, you know, playing fair. So, you know, it's certainly a different experience. There are thunder barges, and then there are thunder barges. Because they're armored too, which matters against some things, but obviously not against rattling guns. Which do something like 5,000 damage a volley if you don't reduce it. That's the thing, you know, even a crummy little scavenger army, because there we're seeing an army that, you know, besides the warp grinders, actually has, like, a solid metal front line. You know, halberds aren't good against dwarves. But, you know, it's a bunch of units. We wouldn't have just gotten through it, you know. But, obviously, we also didn't really direct our fire particularly well out of the artillery. Still, we pop Throt, get the accursed armor once more. Old Guard's Hammer. And Scory Stonebeard gets 10% hit points for defeating Throt. Good.
Grudges will be settled.
And we move here. We'll move on Clonor next turn. Skag Red Axe will move on Voltsara now.
For clan honor. Slain. Lord of Clan Morgrim.
That army's got 3 Thunder Barges, because I thought that'd be fun.
Demon Slayer.
You need Thunder Barges and then, like, Bugman's Rangers under them to protect, right? You need an invisible block of, like a aircraft carrier escort, right? You've got, like, a Thunder Barge escort where you have, like, Stealth Demon Slayer, Stealth Gyro, you know, giving them missile resist, Bugman's Ranger, or, like, you know, and then, like, a Goblin Hewer in each little block. Actually, that sounds awesome, right? You could do, like a 5-unit thing, and they all just solve their own problems. And, you know, the Bugman's Rangers, you get a, like, if they get, like, harpies or bats or anything like that. If it's large things, you've got the Goblin Hewer. The only problem there is how do you deal with, you know, like a Skaven type army? Because if you don't have artillery to get to the outside, what do? You know, there are solutions, but what are they? What indeed? But we did all of that, which is so much doing for a turn. And here, that's right, we just didn't move forward after all of that.
You cannot control the Horde. Ready. Demon Slayer.
And of course, Daniel's faction, for all that it's been relatively unimpeded this entire time. Are they fighting anybody that's not me? They're fighting a minor Skaven faction and Azazel, I guess. Sure. Must be terrible for him.
Don't you fret, it's done. I go.
Yeah, just looking across the way, being like, how dare she? Why should she get so much good stuff? Dwarf wharf. Dwarf wharf. A dwarf wharf is when you let a dwarf get beat up early in the TV show to establish that one of your guys is dangerous. Or a dwarf wharf is when you demonstrate that your guy is the best by beating him up with a dwarf. Those are all the kinds of wharf. And we'll just assume that he will fight this turn, and we will help him, and that will be very nice. Thungi, Baraz Keeper, will, you know, get it done. We hope. Alright. And turn. Spelled Foundry District there with an A in it. Foundry. I don't think that is what they meant. The Master Ambush Lord has trapped them here. This is the army that we fought earlier at the other place. That Rune Lord was a friend. Because they have one guy on a hunter, and everything else they don't have any anti-air at all in this army. Well, you know what that means. We're gonna spear the guy with a missile, and then shoot him with our guys. We're gonna put the goblin hewers in the front and just murk the leader as he starts. Vengeance! Because they need to get here, or... I don't even know which direction they're trying to go. I think they're trying to go this direction, though. Yeah, we only have 3 melee units in this army. That's right. Well, then we'll put all of the quarrelers over here. Alright, let's go. You dare, Ogre? And we delete their leader. And the Goblin Lobber goes on to the Hunter, and I think he's going down too. Of course, they do get in with the Sky Strider Crushers there, but what we need to do is just... Alright, yeah, so exactly what we needed to happen. We, the Slayers did they're like, look, we, these guys destroyed our hold. We didn't even have time to go to Zharr-Naggrund and get this done properly, right? But as they get through, you know, we'll have... more action there, and we've dealt with the Hunter, so now they're just gonna... And the great thing about Ogres, right, is they're all very large, and that lets your artillery do pretty good work there. The Eshin Maneater just being a total menace. Of course, they are in and amongst us, but... But Grimnir's with us. The Eshin Maneater gets just roasted here by the gyrocopters, I think, mostly, but it could have been the archers, you know. The thing is the Quarrelers are pretty good. Man, Stonehorns, they are really getting it done. Of course, they're just like in and among our area. Pretty bad, but you know, Thunder Barges are good against large targets too, but they really thrive on having big groups of little guys to bully. Of course, this is an army, it's got the artillery, but it doesn't have the engineers, so, you know, it doesn't really match up as well as it could for some things, but Grungi's gonna... Not the Grungi. It's not the Grungi, it's just a ship. But we're still gonna get it done, and I'm very happy that I did it, because, I mean, this is fun. Oh, and this guy, the Slaughterer Master of Beasts, he thinks he's gonna run away from this. Khorne Mountainfass. Looks like he's gonna die right at the end of the battle. He does. Victory! Well, good for him, right? Good for him. We're fighting ogres? Yeah, Neo. You know, the thing is... He raided my land. We had a trade agreement, and, and also, he's like the reason that Karak-Azorn was like burned down, and finally, one of the copper pots made their way to Zharr-Naggrund and told Malakai what happened, and you know, it very quickly moved into war. We declared war without anybody around to prosecute the war. That is how upset Malakai was about the news. As soon as he heard it, he was like, "All right, guess we're brawling." Send him a letter, throw down. We're like, send an army. He's like, no, we'll be all right. Just tell them we're coming, though. Be like, we're outside. They'll know where we're at.
No grudges with you here.
And nursing himself back to health, hearing the stories of these ogre battles, Bugman. Given the name by the game. But yeah, so nice ogre ambush, you know. 7 giants, pretty funny stuff. If one of our, like, regular Slayer armies, Slayers are very good against ogres, right? Giant Slayers particularly, but, you know, you're going to take a lot of damage, but it will get work in. but I mean, quarrelers are super good against giants because giants don't have very much armor. But you know, with a couple engineers, they punch a lot harder in the air, and of course the ability to restock them. Good. They've wronged us, indeed. I'm not sorry to say it. Look, this is the age of reckoning, and they have acquired grudges due to their behavior against Dawi kind. I didn't write these names in the book. I've been made aware of the page in the book. I mean, who's to say that Goldtooth wouldn't have eaten the book? We would never have even found out about it. Baldig Maneater, you're at war with Karazakarak, and you have the temerity to ask me for a trade agreement? You would have me insult the High King? Oh, I should have done that. That was Dusty's last stand. I should have done that. That's too bad. I was thinking about old Cathodavas. Well, you know, we don't have any high-level lords here, but... Because what you do, you don't get your bonus when you recruit a new lord through this menu, so you always get old ones that were, like, recruited earlier in a campaign. You never want to sacrifice 14 levels, right? And then she loses trait.
Demon Slayer. Another knight still not dead. Fight like a slayer. Die like
Of course, fortunately, we do have single-turn Slayer recruitment. Globally. Pretty good.
It is time.
Cunning Master Engineer, this will help us get better ambushes. Very thematic. I think, yeah, he'll have 2 Cunning Master Engineers.
For the wisdom of Valea, the guild approved. Get those cannons moving. Anad.
So we get those, and then what's the other major thing, right? Well, we're gonna have Slayers. They barely get more missile strength there. I mean, they get a couple more shots. I mean, yeah, it might as well just be Grimnir's Heirs, right?
Ready. My axe thirsts for war.
But we are going to defend our hold. We're going to defend more than our hold. We're going to defend all of the holds. We paid Thoric 100 grand to get involved in this. I bet he's going to be pretty engaged.
Demon Slayer. Die gloriously. We can hold this. Demon Slayer.
Oh,
Everything was
you know,
This is a game.
let me trade him some.
Our kin have come. Fetch the brewmaster.
Nope.
We drink.
Oh, if we do the Falls of Doom, though.
Go on then. I am Iron Fist. Some call me a king. You are well. Very well.
So you can have all that, I guess. Because I don't want to give him this. We can give him Grints. That's alright. I don't want to give him that one because that was where we were building the, But there, that's perfect too, because this... He now has a complete road down in through the mountains, right? That leads to, you know, the city, so that's perfect. Just perfect. Of course, with Thoric, he's already more part of the whole thing. Magnificent. And there's Grimgor, which means we'll get to fight Grimgor.
Demon Slayer. Was only a little demon. Why a slayer? Never ask. Slayer. Demon Slayer.
I'm like, let's have a party.
Walk, bane of demons.
All right. These trees are very deceptive. They will absolutely block so many more of your shots than you ever believed possible if you're shooting at walls and stuff. But here we go. That's good. You know what they're not gonna do? Anything weird, because it's just a bunch of orcs. Oh, we left the organ guns too far forward. Well, that's pretty bad. It's fine. I'm gonna... Look, it's what I deserve. We just didn't move him. It's alright. We're having a party. Just please run away, guys. Why am I so bad? Like, do we just shoot them off of the wall? That would work. Because here, this guy, with 40 missile resist, 5 ward save, and 20%, like, we can just let Archer shoot at him, and he wins. I'm for it, frankly. Again, we earned this level of ridiculousness in campaign. This is our reward for how hard we worked earlier. We're about to do a sick bombing run here and here. Oh, it's gonna be so good. Alright, shift, like, we just gotta start doing actual commands. The thing is that control would be a lot easier than shift to hit for random things, but I just feel like I'm playing World of Warcraft again and I need to reposition everything. These guys will be in soon enough. We have finally shot at some towers. Hilarious behavior. I'm like, oh, it was the tower. I'm like, how are they hitting me all of a sudden? It was the tower. And the whole crew's about to show up in a few moments. See, this is how a siege can be fun, right? I guess gyro bombers are also very excellent at doing the damage to interior barricades and stuff. Big guy's here. Good news. We found him. Alright, let's get to it. Wake everybody. Wake everybody up. Grab your brush, put on a little makeup. Big dude's here, guys. Of course, Loon Thunderstone
There's honor in this.
is an absolute beast. Horgar Hasselfreisen gets beat down. Well, you know, that's part of it. We need to... Slayers never die! Alright, he's down to 1 hit point. He's down to 1 hit point. We just need to get Grimgor first, and I guess you could recreate this sort of epicness all the time. The flag is in the way of clicking on Grimgor. Horgar Hasselfreisen cannot die. Takes down Grimgor. And of course, he does have... The old guard's taken out of melee. Yeah, we gotta get him. We gotta... You know, no, he wouldn't run away, right? No, he can't walk away from his doom. Not for me. Like, not just for me. He's gotta go in again. 349 hit points. Don't die, buddy. I mean, die, buddy. For Grimnir. To think that I almost ran away. To what? To live? Horgar Hasselfreisen would never have forgiven me, and indeed would I have forgiven myself. Even if I am not Horgar Hasselfreisen, do I not have his, like, dreams in my own heart? And we just charge into the trolls, you know, I'm like, hey, look, it'll probably be fine. Colossal Strike! He does have 60 Fizz resist right now. And 15 ward save. Just going in here and deleting some trolls. Too mad to die by far. This is what it's all about. Kadrin Ironbrow, like, feeling a bit confused. And wow, look at what you do to them. Chilidora plus Frostbite on Black Orcs knocks them to 11 speed. Dude, the Gatekeeper's Hammer, that's what it's about. I really feel like that. You get that on for your anti-flank, right, with some Slayers to catch them, and nobody ever gets away from that. So maybe, yeah, that item, you have that on, like, your Thanes in the front, with some, and then that's what you use to get your setup. And the Doom Chaser, you know, he's still trying to go. He's fighting Orc Biggins now. But we use Glorious Death. We're gonna rune him up with the runes of Thungi. But you ain't dying today, buddy. Too mad to die. I don't even know what's going on over here. I'm sure it's fine. This is why you run Slayers. This is, you know, this is the key, right? You just gotta play like a Slayer, and then you can have a blast and a siege. We are about to...
No! Nothing can stop us! Shield bearers, hold!
You know, I guess we dropped a bomb on top of our own Slayers. Look, they're alright. That was awesome. Horgar Hasselfreisen, you're awesome.
I see
What a great battle. And that's, you know, that's what fighting Grimgor's like. He's not even level 50. He's not even juiced. Just hanging out with some regular Black Orcs. Tanker plus Glorious Death. Like, that's... You know, we cracked the code. We figured out how to give ourselves an amazing story every time. And Lune, of course, Lune von Karstein, heals tremendously. So, I mean, he wouldn't be able to heal through Grimgor cracking on him. But he's got, like, ward save. He's got all the runes, right? Grimgor would have magic attacks, of course, but... You can tell who was doing the damage. He was so mad. We got the Thunderers on the wall where they did some work. Of course, pretty funny from all that. And honestly, the A-move army, not bad either.
Take it for the High King. Demon Slayer.
Because he's the one who hates magic. Which, you know, is pretty sweet. But it's time for him to wear the red axe of Karak 8 Peaks. I mean, it would have been way sweeter in that match if we would have put it on beforehand, but you know. Because we actually have a lot of people with us. Oh yeah, and Troll Slayer, which is super nice. Because now this Thane has a 29 bonus first large. Very respectable. Slayer-esque. And you get it for fighting armies with trolls in them, which isn't always possible, of course, but can be.
Demon Slayer. Should maybe wash me.
Wow!
Destiny.
Oh, it's fine. It's probably fine. But jeez.
Demon Slayer.
I really gotta quit going in when we haven't scouted. I mean, look, if he dies, he dies. What are you gonna do?
Demon Slayer. For the wisdom of the layer.
Don't really need these Oath Gold buildings anymore. I would sort of rather have Bugman recruitment there. But that was awesome.
Keep that powder dry.
You know, 2 glorious fights against Grimgor with 2 armies. I mean, sure, we had the plan for the second one to glorious, but we still barely timed it, right? You know, Grimgor is a pretty punchy fellow. Hergar caps. This guy hits level 50. Oh, right, he's level 50, so they'll always have 1 extra point. Pretty annoying. There's definitely a mod for that, though. There's Lund, and then Scully can...
For a change, Doom can come to us. Demon Slayer. What? A what?
We're gonna assume Scaven's there, and maybe... Oh, yeah, here too, huh?
Time for a reckoning. Demon Slayer.
And we gotta send Scully Clanbreaker to go fight elves.
Time for a reckoning. Demon Slayer. My axe thirsts for war. There's only a little.
He needs to get assassin trained before we go.
To war.
Actually, we will have to wait around until we get it. It's been assigning incredibly quickly, though. This is a great hideout, right? 10 ambush defense, super good, and then recruit rank in the local province, totally fine. But it's been giving it, it's just like giving it away. But it gives you Vanguard deployment, which, or actually, is that going to be on... Yeah, because the thing that's gonna give him stock, you know, is not gonna give him Vanguard.
For the wisdom of the
Unless we
way.
find some other way of getting it. But yeah, we don't get it there anyway. Could go beat the Deathmaster if we could find him. Yeah, but this will get him the Vanguard trait, and that'll be very good. And also Strider, you know, be pretty relevant. The speed, you know, gotta be speedy. Speaking of, what weapon do we give him? More speed? Yeah, because it's important that he be able to be the quickest dwarf. And he's supposed to have an axe also, right? And then, well, obviously a tankard. And, well, obviously a tankard.
One rug.
That takes him to 42 speed, and we'll be able to get him slightly faster somewhere else. You know. Yeah, Relentless, and that'll get him to, you know, I mean, mid-40s, which is a lot faster than 30 whatever, but, you know. It'll have him as quick as the Bugman's Rangers, probably, and that'll be very nice indeed. And, of course, invisible. Yeah, gotta do the dual tankard. It would be nice to get him even faster.
Summon me if you dare.
But that's right, the, we had given that to Max because we wanted him to have the speed, but, you know... We'll give him some more AP. That'll at least turn him over and label him as primary armor piercing. And, you know, there's probably canonical runes that he's supposed to have. Oh, he needs now to fill the line. Indeed. And if we get, like, you know, we might swap the Slayer's Axe for, you know, the Obsidian one or something, right? Eventually, if we get one. I don't want to give him just, like, the generic thing. And honestly, the Red Axe of 8 Peaks is amazing. You know, maybe we just do that, right? Because he doesn't even get magic. He doesn't even get magic attacks. Yeah, we gotta have magic attacks on him. Yeah, the Red Axe of 8 Peaks, Vengeful Runes. You know, it does make a ton of sense too. You know, the of 8 Peaks. You know, we don't have to label it that, but yeah, that's great. And the weapon strength, I mean, what's not to like, honestly? It moves him away from being labeled as primary armor piercing, but so what? A rune of cleaving and a rune of fury. Ah, well, then we will do that. Alright, Rune of Fury. Bogey's got one. Doran, I don't even know who that is, really. It's a Thunderstone, so, you know, it's part of a clan I recognize, but I'm not, like, trying to make it work here. And then Rune of Cleaving. There we go. Cleaving Fury, and we'll have the Master Rune of Passage, because, you know. Well, we get 8 speed out of it, which is pretty good. I mean, we could give him, like, a 10 ward save, but fundamentally, we're not thinking that, you know, the ward save is the problem. I mean, he's invisible, right? He's got to keep up with his rangers, indeed. We cannot have him falling behind. Old Bazrak, because he'll, you know, he'll get stuck in Vanguard there. And then once he gets Relentless plus... No, it's just Relentless up there. Yeah, then he'll be alright.
Time for a reckoning.
And we'll get another Thane, and we'll make him invisible too, but we need another one so that we can have physical resist, right? Yeah.
Ready.
10 attack's good.
For the wisdom of Valea. By the king's command.
Lots of Thanes. Because these would have been, you know, other people along the way. You know, people that didn't want to take the Slayer Oath about stuff, but still, you know, had issues enough to want to travel with Bugman. Look, I'm not, like, trying to... Bugman's issues were that the Greenskins burned down everything and, you know, shanghaied all the folks away from the hold in the middle of the night. They're not, like, small issues. Speaking of small issues, this army ain't gonna have any.
You summoned me. The runes are ready. It shall be done.
And oldest Furrowbrow will be ready to roll out soon. Morgrum's there. All of these guys did that because the fight was this turn. It's like when you do a big fight, and then if you're me, just like, wait, what was I even doing?
Even last knock may pack you. Moving out. The dwarfs need me. Attack! No,
Yarki, Black Raider. Well, we'll wait until next turn when we have movement and get rid of him. Cheer, Grim, Deadeye, Grunson. Skegu, Skeggy, Thruxon. Alright.
ready. The throng is mustered.
Sorry, Stachel, what a great name.
I answer to clan and hold. On your skills, Dawi. Get those cannons. Death Seeker.
Alright, we get that there and there. Of course, hero cap is largely a thing of the past, but that doesn't mean we don't need to click on a bunch of stuff really quick. It's always useful to do that. We're just gonna delete some econ buildings, because that's how we are now. Don't need growth. All the characters find related to the brewers each other. Yes, and we will have assembled them all. Because we don't need Slayer heroes in this army, right? Because we don't. I mean, we'll take some Slayers along, but the thing is we need this to be an army all of people that want to go home eventually, right? Not people who were so broken by what had happened that they refused to take part in dwarf society, but once we're like, we're going to work within it. I mean, and also with people that don't, but, you know, the heroes of it, you know, they're going to be people that want to go home, that want to hang up their hats and defend the hold, you know, not people that are going to do a Gotrek and Felix and say, all right, this is boring. I'm going into the wastes. But you know, we're sending too many armies. Those guys we're sending too many. But speaking of too many armies, you know, we'll have a couple less here. I imagine this one will fall, but you know, we'll try to hold on to it.
Let us begin. Drang them.
Skeggy Thruxon, Expansion of Zharr-Naggrund. Oh, wow. Traveled far to get to where he is, then. For us, yeah, horrible luck indeed. Like, ending up in the mountains of Morn. The desecrated temple of Hashut. Which is, of course, like, it's fine. It just, like, you know, it doesn't... By the time you get it, you know, the research rate is not that, like, by the time you can get access to this building, you know, do you even need money anymore? I mean, I theoretically need money for stuff, things-ish. Alright, so that's everything there and everything there, and we are gonna slide over here and deal with Tretch. Slide down here with, oh, Knucklebreaker. Just march through the city there, and that'll also get us Skaggy Clanbreaker will head to the 8 Peaks.
Yes, laddie. Dishonored. Ready to do the guild's bidding.
And this guy was really just here to get that up. We'll go ahead and, what's his trait?
Master engineer at your service.
I mean, Hardy's a pretty good trait for him.
Right.
I want a second engineer for Malakai. We'll get him in there.
By Grundy, it's me. Engineer. Just take
Because now that we're not making him into Bugman, you know, we can drop one. We'll still get snipe there and have, like, our little snipe thing, but it's just, man, it's so cool knowing too that, like, even if somebody were to declare like the Skaven, like, and go, like, they're not gonna go all the way across here, and we built, you know, we built all sorts of gates even if they did. Like, what a menace we are. And hopefully this little aggressive push here will work out fine. I mean, I'm not worried about any of these armies. We already saw Throt, and, you know, they're not gonna be better than him. Well, I mean, one of them might be, but they won't have Throt. Throt's his own sort of danger, right?
Of the layer. Go then. Armed and ready. Suppose.
Because what we want is to, you know, get this sorted out, not have somebody yank Kislev out from under her. We can hit here, you know, and then we're about to snap up, and then Throt's not going to have much on this side anymore, and obviously Throt on the whole other side of a faction is way different than him on the other side of a mountain. But not that we're worried about him at all. At all. But, I mean, we still have to pay attention to him. We're just not, like, concerned with facing him in battle or with anything you can do in a macro sense. But we're going to get this together, and then we're going to trade a bunch of land to Ostankya and get our mountain holds. And we might, these aren't like our ancestral holds, but we might well just take these just to have a clean border over here for dwarf kind. Because otherwise, we can't let her have the road through. We can't. So there's no real benefit to having her have some of it, right? So we'll probably just get all of this northern Kislev traded in a block, you know, and then get the coast here from her. After all, she doesn't really want it, and I do. Everything was once. Indeed. These just aren't the sites of specific historical holds, yeah.
Wisdom of Valea. One rug.
Free Deeps, 225 Monument to Grimnir. Legion of Chaos. Pathetic. Oh. Probably should have done the first one, huh? Ah, well. I'm tired.
This is a false do.
I shouldn't have sacrificed that army over the intern. That feels bad. I actually... Yeah, you know what? It's okay. When we pick up tomorrow, we'll actually do that first fight. And you know, and then... Because Like, what's the point of just auto-resolving the battles away and not even doing them? So, yeah. Anyway. It's you know, and... it's already... Yeah, it's late enough. Anyway, so remember in, like, Warhammer 1, you know, you couldn't even see what would happen in an auto-resolve. Now you do. Like, you know if, you know, specific units will die or whatever... And it'll give you an estimate of casualties even. So, like, if you see that you die in an auto-resolve and you click it and then you decide you don't wish to die in the auto-resolve, I mean, that's fine, you know. That's barely going back in time, which we've already done a couple of times. But, anyway, I remain so interested and engaged with the story that we're putting together here, you know. Bugman's crew, that's going to be a blast. I'm really interested to see if I can make the army work with our little invisible blocks of power. I think we can probably do it. It's going to be fun. I'm like, do we put one Dragon Slayer? I mean, a Dragon Slayer could travel with us for a bit, you know. Probably we'll get a Dragon Slayer. And then, you know, long drawn story, he might... I'm not sure what'll happen up there, but it's nice to just be flooding out of everywhere. And although the title of the video, if I recall correctly, is something like Gotrek and Felix go to the Chaos Waste, they totally don't. That was a red herring. Bit of a lie. I meant to get them there. It's just... You know, we probably only played for like 6 turns. And... No, it must have been like 10. But all of them were spent with those armies just sitting still or moving slightly, so... You know, but the next time we play, they'll only be, you know, 3 or 4 turns away from the Realms of Khorne, who is still, like, totally kicking, right? You know, the Realms of Khorne are still hot. Consider Elden to Realms of Khorne. Indeed, yeah, there you go. But, you know, they still got plenty of land there to do. I mean, it's Skulltaker's there. That's going to be a fun fight. I'm going to scream. I'll be like, what? As if I don't know that Skulltaker does that. Just like when Grimgore, just because the thing about Dragon Slayers, or, you know, you only have like 5,000 hit points. So if somebody hits you for 1,200, well, you notice it go, like, it's only okay whenever I do it. But anyway, I'm going to go to bed so that I can wake up in the morning and play video games all day long. Nope, just playing. I got to go to work tomorrow. But I am Look, I'm probably going to play this when I get up. I'm going to try to get up early enough to do it because I just am obsessed with the story of this campaign. I'm so interested in it. Oakry Burn Bright, going up into, you know, the realm of Khorne and meeting up with Gotrek and Felix there. It's just so cool. Our Shrine of the Lady, it's awesome. And of course, before too long, we're going to have just free armies. They're already basically free. I think even if I recruited another full army everywhere, it still wouldn't put me upside down. But being free of the desire for money is what establishing the realms again and their truth is about, right? Because dwarves don't want to spend money. They want a mountain full of it so that they can have it. And in that sense, am I not the most dwarfy of all? Anyway, that's all I've got for you right now. Thanks for watching. Thanks for listening. I love this mod. I love this mod, and I love the Malakai campaign. It is, you know, dwarves are already an amazing faction, but I like anybody that takes a faction that's already good and makes it just intensely better. Yonbo getting you, you know, 80 armor on your peasant spears. That's good stuff, you know, like Malakai, Elspeth. I like being stronger than I'm supposed to be, even within the realm of it. You know, Gorok. You know, with the interns, like, definitely consider an improvement. Yeah, I feel like depending on what campaign I'm playing, I wouldn't want to deal with the interns. But for like a dwarf one, for any dwarf campaign, this is the truth, right? Like this is so good. But if it was something where I was like, well, even now I'm thinking, I'm like, no, if I was playing like Warriors of Chaos, it would be more fun here. Because, or like Beastman, yeah, think of all the places I could go. Nakai the Wanderer. Anyway, food for thought. No, it'll probably be Chaos Dwarves next. Whenever we finish this. Look, this campaign is nowhere close to over. I don't know where it's going to end. We might empty out the book. It's hard to say. Obviously, we can't stop now. Obviously. I mean, what about the Burn Brights? What about Joseph Bugman? What about Lund Thunderstone with Lund von Karstein? Like, what about him? I want to see more of him. What about Skag Red Axe? Where did he get his Red Axe name? You know, Grombrindle's barely had a brawl. I'm very excited for the future. And if old Mountain Fast, Hargrim Mountain Fast, and Longdrang do some like great work against the Demons of Chaos, then that'll be another great part of the story, you know. And if they foolishly patrol the sea and fall, then that'll be a great part of the story too. But that'll happen in the morning. Probably happen in the morning. I'm gonna set my alarm and wake up and not hit the button on the side of my phone that snoozes it. Anyway, that's all I've got for you right now. See you, Luke. A pleasure as always. Man, this campaign's so fun. Thank you for recommending this mod to me. And indeed, like most of the mods that we're using here are all on your recommendation. And they're all so good. We didn't use the Trade Settlements mod yet, but I did test it. Oh, excuse me. You know, to make sure it worked on a non-save thing. So that's exciting, you know, and it's awesome that that works with the save file compatible, because, well, you know, I figured it might, but it does, so that'll be good. We can sort out Mama Stunk and, you know, just continue on having a great time. It's funny, we've got Mentor on all these heroes, but we're sort of stagnant a little bit on experience now that we've sorted out the Chaos Dwarf War. They had big armies and a whole lot of settlements to crack, but we're on our way to the Ogres, and I'm sure we can get plenty there too. But I can't get to talking about the campaign again. I'm supposed to be leaving. I've already said goodbye. Good night, Luke. Good night, everybody. See you later.